was nailed to the cross, crucified, and he died for all of us. It was a day of darkness, but it wasn't the end. By any means, it was not the end. On Easter Sunday, the stone was rolled away and the grave was empty. Christians everywhere rejoiced, and we continue to rejoice. Easter is one of the incredible days. It was the miracle in all of history, the resurrection of Jesus Christ. It was the great miracle, I guess, right? He told his followers, I am with you always, even to the end of the age, because of the events of Holy Week 20 centuries ago. People from every nation, language, and background can take on any difficulty, press through any trial, and endure any hardship. With Christ, not one thing can separate humanity from the powers of God's everlasting love. Across the generations, what happened on Easter has inspired his followers to love one another, to forgive, to do works of charity, and build the beautiful churches. And we have some of the most beautiful buildings in the world. To me, churches, I love great architecture, and we have some of the most beautiful churches. Christians have opened schools, ministries, and hospitals on every continent to teach care and heal those in need, and they do it with love, and they do it with great affection.
Jesus is Lord, and he's coming back. I'm back. Show me a president in your lifetime, liberal, which is about 25 years. Show me a president that actually preached the gospel of Jesus Christ, whether he's genuine or not. Show me one. The actual gospel of Jesus Christ that we find in Scripture. Show me one. Don't show me some obligatory, oh, God this, some ecumenical God who the God of Islam is the same as the God of Christianity. And no. Show me someone preaching the gospel, the death, burial, and resurrection of our Lord Jesus Christ. Show me that, liberal. And then after you show me that, show me this. Show me all the videos where all the white gang banging kids are chasing down elderly black people. Show me that video as well. Jesus is Lord, and he's coming back. Oh, we got Big Bad Mama in the chat already telling lies. So Trump knew about it, never reported it. I'm assuming you're referring to Epstein. Actually, again, factually, you're wrong once again, liberal. Donald Trump was the one who reported Epstein to the FBI, and he worked with the FBI to turn him in, to help turn him in. So once again, the liberal has no idea what they're talking about. So we have a number of things I want to talk about today. Don't make the black kids angry, for one. Two, Donald Trump is the greatest president we've ever had in my lifetime. He preaches the glorious gospel of Jesus Christ every year, which no president has ever done. And three, the Bible, the atheist still doesn't know how to read the Bible when it comes to topics like slavery. They don't know how to read ancient text when it comes to the word purchase or property or slave. Happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there. Happy Father's Day. I didn't even realize it was Father's Day. No one ever talks about Father's Day, but Father's Day is an important holiday. Fathers are important. The bitter waters. The bitter water. Remember the bitter waters? The atheist doesn't understand logic, simple logic. Let's take a closer look at the bitter water story. This is one of the atheists apologetic, or one of the atheists apologist favorite topic to speak on, but they speak out of ignorance. Remember, their father is the devil, who is the father of lies. So when they present anything, whether it be scientific, whether it be, they can't really do that with twist mathematics, even though they're trying to. 2 plus 2 is no longer 4. So anything, anything they touch, they will pervert. They will give you the skin of the truth. If you do get some truth from a liberal, it's the skin of the truth stuffed with a big fat lie. So let's take a look at the bitter water test, because logic and reason seems to evade the liberals' mind when they're reading and examining the Bible, the biblical text. I do understand it, but I don't. I understand it from a spiritual perspective. But psychologists call to suggest it's cognitive dissonance, they call it. That's the only way I can explain how you cannot logically figure this out. All the details are given to you, okay, in the text. How is it that you're able to sit down? You're not able to sit down and figure this out logically using some common sense, okay? Using common sense or applying common sense to Numbers 5 and the bitter water test. Okay. Premise 1. All right. So we know the story. The story has to deal with men who were, many of them were falsely accusing their wives. So this test was set up in order to vindicate the ones who were innocent, of course. So they would be taken to the temple or taken to some area or place, and they would apply this bitter water. The priest would apply the bitter water. The woman would drink the water. Okay, and if she were guilty, something bad, she would be cursed. Basically, she would be cursed with barrenness, not an abortion, but barrenness, meaning she could not have children. If she were innocent, she would be blessed with children, with more children. The water sort of worked like an oracle. That's the first thing. So remember, the same water blessed the innocent woman. The same water. They didn't change the water out. Oh, let's change the water out now that we think someone is before us that's innocent. Let's change the water and make it bad now that we think that someone, the next woman to come before us, is going to be guilty or is guilty. No, it's the same bitter water. The same bitter water had an effect, a different effect, depending on the woman, whether she was an adulterer or innocent. Woman A, woman B. This is simple logic. Just take the facts of the case and play detective. Atheists, I've always said this, atheists make the worst detectives. They can't figure anything out. They can't even figure out their own gender. Premise 1. The water both women will drink will be from the same source. Premise 1. The water both women will drink will be from the same source, not a different source. Not a source for guilty women and another fountain for innocent women. The same bitter water. Premise 2. The woman who was guilty, the text says, thigh will rot. Her thigh will rot, which is an idiom, a way of saying you won't be allowed to have any children. because you were guilty of adultery. That's in verse 21. That's in Numbers 5, verse 21. Okay. The woman who was guilty, premise 3, the woman who was innocent will become fertile. Verse 28. Conclusion. It is not, therefore, it is not the bitter water that causes the curse, but God himself. He's using the bitter water as a way of, as a ritual, as a way to publicly display the shame, or in the case of the innocent woman, to vindicate her publicly because she had been denigrated publicly by her husband's false accusation. This is H.C. Brachito suggests that the word be traced to the Hebrew root YRH, which means to instruct or reveal. When it comes to the bitter water test, this was a test God employed to reveal in Numbers 5 that she was in fact innocent. If she were guilty, then too bad. You were guilty. You're guilty of adultery. Technically, your punishment is death. Okay, so this might have been even a mercy. The word means reveal. It would then be a plural of abstraction, meaning oracle. So it's an oracle. Okay, oracles work in sort of in a way whereby if you do the right thing, you can change the path of the oracle. You can change the destiny, your destiny. Blesses for those who follow, curses for those who disobey. It's an oracle. Okay, it's not a prophecy that you will certainly die. No, it's conditional. If you're innocent, you're blessed. Same bitter water. Okay. In any fair trial, this is A.E.L. Feinstein. Okay. If you want to know who these scholars are, you probably never heard of these scholars before because they're not they're not liberal scholars. They're not critical scholars. All right. They're conservative scholars. Right. That's what I would lean more towards. If you really want to learn how to read the Bible, learn about the culture of the Hebrews, rather than just listening to Dr. Josh running his mouth. In any fair trial, the conviction and vindication, this is A.L. Feinstein, the conviction and vindication are both possibilities in any fair trial. This was a fair trial. Same bitter water, two different types of people, innocent, guilty. And the text does take pains to emphasize that the trial is fair. No woman will be convicted of adultery merely because her husband suspects her. Not one. Why? Because it was God that was causing the curse or the blessing. So no one mistakenly took the potion who was innocent and wound up now being cursed. Dum, 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 dum. Perfect. Our God is perfect. You couldn't think of a lie detector test is not even this accurate. A lie detector test is pretty accurate, but so was this. This was 100% accurate. Lie detector tests are not 100% accurate. Yet the overall thrust of the passage is an emphatic condemnation of adultery and a warning. That's why it's done publicly. A warning to any woman who might commit it. Okay, so the bitter water test, God is brilliant. It killed, like, it basically what's the term? Killed 4 birds with one stone. That's basically what the bitter water test did. Um, Happy Father's Day again. Speaking of fathers, I don't understand how this liberal can post this when this is his legacy. This is your president's legacy, sir. Don't try to project that on the Trump. Read about your president's legacy in Ashley Biden's diary. And look what he posts. Donald Trump. Oh, the Epstein files. The Epstein files. So Trump knew but never reported it. Not factual, buddy. Chat GPT this tonight for homework, liberal. Did Donald Trump work with the FBI to turn in Epstein? Did Trump work with the FBI to turn in Epstein? Google that for homework, liberal, and stop watching CNN. It's called, you can Google the Palm Beach investigation. Okay. Former Palm Beach Police Chief Michael Reeder. Bum, dum, da, dum. Okay. So let's get into the topic today. Well, there are many topics. One topic that I wanted to talk about that I wasn't going to speak on until I saw Ape Man do his video where he featured some men and women who are homo no more. So they totally destroy the leftist narrative that someone can, if someone is, or their orientation is LGBTQ, they can't change that because that's their orientation. First of all, there's no science to suggest that. Just like most of your theories, they don't correspond to what you claim to adhere to, which is science, the scientific consensus. There's no science to suggest orientation is permanent, or if you're born that way. No science to suggest that. But that's what they'll argue because they, just like with slavery in the 19th century, they will twist scripture and science in order to put blacks on the bottom of the totem pole to justify enslaving them. So the evolutionist, the 19th century anthropologist, created what they called a gradation of races, meaning each race had a different worth. Of course, Caucasoids were on the top of that list, and the Negroids, that's us, me and Veckel, we were on the bottom. So because we were on the bottom and we were the lower end of the evolutionary, at the lower end of the evolutionary chain, it was accepted. Slavery was something you were supposed to do for us because that was the best thing for us. Because we were basically one step up from whatever common ancestor we evolved from. I guess the Europeans evolved from us then. I guess, yeah. So we were not as far along the evolutionary process or the evolutionary chain as the Caucasoids. So that's why it was okay to enslave us, just like it's okay to have a horse or to breed dogs. So these same people are lying to you today for the same reasons, really: money, power, and wealth, and to promote their doctrines. Uh, to promote their theology themselves.
These
Homo no
days, when
mo.
there's so much talk about gay rights and transgender rights and laws being passed to protect those rights, a whole other minority is getting ignored. Those who've come out of the gay community. 18 former gays, lesbians, and transgenders stood before the U.S. Capitol to proclaim they're real, despite a culture that denies such transformation is possible.
We've experienced a change in our sexual orientation. Some small, some great. I mean, some.
No, you haven't, says the liberal. You're just pretending. This isn't really it. You're really not changed. It's impossible. You were born that way.
Some of us don't experience same-sex.
Destroys their narrative. That's why they are less likely. That's why they're so triggered. That's why they try to get rid of conversion therapy. Try to make it illegal to do this, to change. How could you make it illegal for someone to change something about themselves? You didn't make it illegal for 12-year-olds to cut off their genitals, but you're going to make it illegal for someone to go into a church and have counseling with a pastor? Huh? This is how demonic these people are.
Attraction anymore. And yet, everywhere you go, you hear that's utterly impossible.
Not for this former homosexual, now father of 4.
I don't ever get sexually aroused by looking at a man. That hasn't happened in years.
Now father of 4. Wow.
But House Bill 3570 says therapy similar to what helped Ken Williams, and many of these leave the lifestyle, can't do that. It proclaims there is no evidence that conversion therapy is effective, or that an individual's sexual orientation or gender identity can be changed by conversion therapy. Williams worries such a bill would forbid the counseling he insists saved his life by calling all of it conversion therapy.
At 17 years old, I was suicidal. I started seeing a Christian counselor who I saw weekly for 5 years. And it changed that was the last day I felt suicidal.
Pastor Jim Doman says similar counseling helped him go from gay guy to heterosexual husband and dad. But H.R. 3570 brands such therapy toxic, saying it is substantially dangerous to an individual's mental and physical health. Doman, of course, disagrees.
What? How is it? What? So what? How? Can you demonstrate? Can you show us? Give us a demonstration? It's dangerous to an individual's mental and physical health. Tell us how. Such professionals have also determined that the potential risk of conversion therapy are not only that it's ineffective, so they couldn't just leave it at that. Well, it doesn't work. Since when did we ban things because we believe they don't work for some people? What? These people are Marxists. They're trained Marxists. But we kicked them out of the White House, so they can't really do anything for another 4 years. Hopefully, thank God. Now they want to say, oh, it's dangerous. Tell us how it's dangerous. Tell us how it's dangerous. You can't. You can't.
And of course disagrees.
These bills would not only prohibit it, it's almost like we'd have to go underground to seek help. And it breaks my heart when you hear the stories of people who've been sexually abused, people who are suicidal, people going through depression and seeking help, or they want to go in a different direction. That would not be would be very, very difficult, if not impossible to do.
Many here are Christians who also give God the credit for their radical change. Elizabeth Woning brought a warning for a culture that would reject that power and instead embrace what the Bible says is toxic.
We are denying our own biology. We are hating ourselves. We have higher rates of mental illness and suicide. The farther Christianity gets out of the mainstream, the more broken we're becoming in America.
These folks are saying while laws are being passed to protect people like those in the gay and transgender communities, other people who want to swim against the cultural mainstream will be hurt by those very laws.
Wow. Wow, that's an old video, but this just wanted to play that this to show you the level of the degeneracy that these people can get to when you reject the gospel, when you reject the glorious gospel of Christ, and this is what can happen to you. You can start believing that can become women, and you can be born that way. Oh yeah, someone likes the thumbnail. Yeah, I like this thumbnail too. This chat GPT thing, man, it is amazing. I just type in what I want the picture to be. And I type in, well, I want taco, and that's BS Lewis. Now the two people in the middle, I know Maud was asking about that on her show earlier. The guy with the horns, he is an atheist who I've spoken with a couple of times. I can't remember his name right now, but I'll look him up. But he's got his own little YouTube. He's on TikTok, like most of these atheists in their 40s now. They no longer want to hang around 40-year-olds like myself, 40 to 50-year-olds. They want to run to TikTok and debate the little 18-year-old Christians, the 14-year-old Christians pretending to be 18, so they can get on to the show. That's who they want to debate now. So I'll call in. Second time I called in, I have that on tape, by the way. I was taping the entire time because I knew he wasn't going to let me up. But the first time I called in, I totally embarrassed him. That's on my channel. He didn't even know what a metaphor was. Seriously. He did not know what a metaphor was. So I concluded that he wasn't ready to even begin reading the Bible, let alone criticizing it. You don't know what a metaphor is. The second time I called in, he kept me backstage for almost 45 minutes. He finally brought me up and wouldn't let me speak at all, and pretended like he didn't know it was JiL. He knew it was JiL. The third guy, I don't know who this third guy is. I put in ChatGPT, I wanted it to be Aaron Ra. I wanted the third guy to be Aaron Ra, and it brought up this random guy, and then it just put atheist, and then on there, I think on his shirt it says something about because evidence matters. but I wanted that one to be Aaron Ra. So I don't know who that third guy is. That's just some random guy. It looks like the guy that plays what's the guy from the Avengers? It's like the guy that plays Iron Man from the Avengers. That's who it looks like to me. But yeah, so those are the three atheists, the four atheists. Three of them I don't know, but this was supposed to be Aaron Ra. So you have Taco. You have this guy here. He likes to wear devil horns, or he likes to wear ram horns. That's a ram horn. He likes to wear that to try to trigger Christians. And then, of course, you have BS Lewis. Oh yeah. See, the atheists, they are interested in Mormonism now, because when they fall out the back door, the absurdity of atheism, they'll never fall into Christ's hands because, well, it might be the case that Christ never knew them. So they will ultimately, because they're seeking to fill a void, a spiritual void, they will ultimately seek out some sort of spiritual awakening. Buddhisms, Mormonisms, all the isms. They will embrace one of the isms, probably Buddhism, because it doesn't require them to believe in a God. So they like that one. They prefer that one as well. They prefer that spirituality, or some sort of new age metaphysics repackaged for atheist consumption. And they add that to their repertoire of their subjective morality. They add that to the mix, sort of, and they feel as though they're more complete, because they're no longer just purely naturalist. Now they have some spirituality that they can add to the mix. My link is pinned. I don't censor like you, liberal, because I own you. I simply own you. Okay, simply own you. I own the liberal. Let me give you an example of that. Let me share my screen here. I simply own these guys. You know, I come into their chats when they do let me in, and they're talking about the Bible and talking bad, talking nasty stuff about the Bible. They stop talking about the Bible when I come in. And I feel good when that happens. Because they don't want a Christian to respond. A knowledgeable Christian. They want the dumb Christians to respond. Oh no, I shouldn't say dumb. They want they want the Christians who are not ready to give an answer. So I gotta be more humble. They want those Christians to respond. They want to surround themselves with those Christians, but not Amicus, not Axiom, not Veckel, not JiL, not Smokey the Saint before he became Smokey the Ain't. They do not want those Christians around because they know they're going to get hammered. They're going to get hammered. How about those New York Knickerbockers? Did I mention that the New York Knickerbockers are world champions? Did I mention that? About those New York Knickerbockers, man. Yeah. In 5. I said Knicks in 6, but they shocked me and they won it in 5. Yeah. So, this was B.S. Lewis's channel. B.S. Lewis, stop talking about the Bible. You haven't studied long enough to speak on these topics, okay? You just haven't. Sorry to break the news. Okay, sorry to break the news to you. But you just don't have enough information.
Actually, those are rules for how to do it right.
Yeah.
They just out and out killed slaves in those days. I mean, it was worse than American chattel slave.
All right, so the rules on how to, this is a common atheistic apologetic. It's an atheist apologetic. Okay, well, the Bible, they had slavery too, but they, did slavery. The Christians say that they did it the right way. No, not exactly. Not exactly. There is, what's the word I'm looking for? There is the skin of the truth. Once again, this is how they operate. So you have to take small bites when you're dealing with the liberal, because they operate like Satan did in the garden. Did Satan really tell a lie in the garden? He gave them the truth, the skin of the truth, stuff with a big fat lie. That's the best way to lie. Ask Satan. Okay. So the ancients used the concept of slave or vet or work or debt collection. They used the concept of work to pay everything. Instead of money, $20 bills, $50 bills. Their form of currency was work. If you owed someone, you borrowed their calf and didn't give it back, or you borrowed their goat and it got lost, you couldn't go to your ATM, put in your MAC card, punch a couple buttons, and out flows dollars and cents. So in order to pay back the individual you owe or you harmed, criminals were forced to pay restitution. So you were forced to work because you committed a crime against this individual or against society. Okay, remember, work is the currency. Work is the currency, whether you're guilty or not guilty, whether you're working to pay a debt off or whether you're working voluntarily to pay back your neighbor, whether you're working voluntarily because you want to take the hand of one of the owner's daughters, Laban. Poor Joseph. Joseph worked 7 years for Rachel. He said, I want Rachel. He went to Laban and said, I want to marry one of your daughters. I will work 7 years for you. And what did he do? He gave him Leah. And then Laban tricks him into working another 7 years. So this is a voluntary system. Money is work. Work is money. Work is the currency. Are we there? Are we following, liberal? I know it's hard because you have your iPad and your iPhone and your black card. No, you don't have a black card. You have an EBT card. So I know it's hard for you to understand work. I know it's hard for you to understand what work is because you're a liberal. Okay? But in the ancients, work is a currency. Okay, that's the first thing. So the concept of aved, or what was translated in the King James as slave, came before your modern definition. Their definition did not just include someone who was kidnapped and forced into labor. It also included voluntary workers like you or myself. So you have debt collection. Work is the way to pay back debt. That is the currency. You had people who were prisoners. And now, according to Deuteronomy 28, I believe, they are obligated to pay back society by working, not by paying a fine. And you also had people who were making a living. They were also called avets. People like you or I. People like of mice and men. Was that Steinbeck? Larry and Curly. Read that book. We need to bring back the novels, the classical novels, instead of reading Jim Crow 2.0. Pick up John Steinbeck's Of Mice and Men. You will learn that not too long ago, this was still a thing. Men traveled onto other men's property and they were purchased. They were hired to work for a specified amount of time, for a specified reason, whatever the reason is, whatever the payment is. Oh, and by the way, you had to pay your aveds in the scriptures. So much for the slavery, the chattel slavery narrative. You had to pay your events. So when you take a look at what's actually going on, you don't get chattel slavery. Unless you're dishonest, unless you're a liberal just trying to give us the skin of the truth stuff with a big fat lie. So perhaps having someone around who on your panel, like myself, BS, who is biblically literate, perhaps that might help you in the future. Okay. Perhaps that might help you in the future. We have someone backstage, but yeah, why don't you put it in the side chat who you are? Because I've never seen you before. Space Cadet? Is this Space Cadet? Why is someone in my backstage with as an astronaut? What is this? Is this a joke? Yeah, I have a feeling if I it's what's going on?
Man, you hating on my spacesuit, dog? I'm just out here, floating. I'm just chilling out here, just floating in space,
Yeah, we gotta be careful nowadays, man, because
Oh well, I mean,
people out here.
you've invited the most dangerous one here. Well, you've allowed the most dangerous one here.
Yeah, there's some atheists out here that don't like the fact that people are homo no mo. Hey,
you know what? If you look up the ancient Hebrew word for gay, for homosexual, it's literally gay. Like literally, it is. You can look it up. Gay.
When a man sells his daughter as a slave. So again, Big Bad Mama. Now you're done. Your narrative of slavery is finished. Now let's talk about the children. The children are under jurisdiction of their parents. Selling a daughter into slavery was tantamount to dedicating her to the temple. So she would be sent off, just like today parents send their children off to boarding school or dedicate them to the Roman Catholic Church. They become altar boys or altar girls. I'm not sure if they have altar girls, right? I don't know. I'm not familiar with the Roman.
I don't know what they're even talking about slavery about whenever they're atheists. I mean, what does it even matter? What does it even matter? What's wrong with slavery? At the end of the day, what's wrong with slavery?
Yeah, you're an atheist, right? You're an atheist.
We still got slavery today. There's slavery that happens all over the place.
And they support it by supporting the Democratic Party. They support slavery. They support the trafficking of children by supporting Biden for 8 years and Obama for 8 years, Biden for 4.
They want to keep them on that plantation.
Yeah, we even had liberals on record saying that, like, we got to keep these people here because who else is going to pick this corn? It's crazy. But yet they open up an ancient text and they see the word slave and they have they don't understand that the word slave.
This book is evil. Even though I don't even believe in it, this book is evil. Even though slavery has been long before that book was even written.
Right. They see the word slave and they automatically assume what they did to my ancestors, the white liberal, that is. So no, when a man sells a daughter, first of all, the man has full control over his children. You don't, liberal. Neither does Canada. Canada didn't exist where they could tell you you can't send your child to a Christian school. You can't have conversion therapy. You can't do this or do that. Okay? So the parents made that decision for the child. And the child is going to grow up working in the temple, probably doing work like cleaning and tasks that a woman or a young girl would do because she's been dedicated to the temple as a child. Okay, that's not slavery. Try again, Big Bad Mama. You're big bad. The only thing you're big and bad about doing is reading the Bible.
Incorrectly at that.
Yeah, well, yeah, they're big bad readers of the Bible.
I don't want to get it too off Christian on your channel, so I ain't gonna say it.
Too off what?
Too off Christian.
What is that? What do you mean?
Oh, I mean, there was just I read this peer reviewed paper. It said Big Bad Mama is a. I'll let you fill in the blank on that one.
Well, Big Bad Mama here is with B.S. Lewis, and they're trying to talk about the Bible. But I recommend having at least myself or Wolf, Veckel, somebody who knows what they're talking about. Again,
What?
Leviticus 20:25 does not help you. Deal with my argument, Big Bad Mama.
How many
Just
slaves?
seeing
How many slaves
purchasing.
did Jesus have?
Well, I'm a slave of Jesus. That's
You're
the
a
point I'm making.
servant. You're a
Right.
servant.
Right. So the word slave does not mean chattel slave here. Go ask Dr. Josh, who I've debated on this. He doesn't even argue anymore that Leviticus 25 is talking about chattel slaves. He has to try to go over to Deuteronomy 20 to make that argument where war is being waged. Failed again. So yes, you may purchase them if they want to be purchased. There's nothing in the text that speaks to someone being forced to be purchased. The only people that were forced were criminals, because that is the way the ancient people forced you to pay back restitution.
Yeah.
Unlike you today, where someone commits a crime against children and you let them out of prison the next day.
No
And then
cash bail.
Oh, no cash bail. Sorry, but the ancients had a way to punish, and that was their way to punish, by forcing you to work and pay restitution. If you stole someone's cow, you had to work for them until that
You
debt
pay
was
off your
paid.
debt.
Right. Sorry that offends you.
It's a crazy concept, JiL. You That's wild, bro. I mean, are you speaking logic here? I didn't know that was allowed on the internet.
Well, remember, these are beta male Bernie Sanders supporters. So remember, he wants to get rid of debt. He wants to get rid of student loan debt. Even though they voluntarily took out the debt, they're not going to be forced to pay it back. That's a violation of scripture. The Bible says you pay back what you owe.
And you reap what you sow.
You reap what you sow, and stop relying on government to pay your bills, to feed you.
Yep. Start a business. Dang, man, is it that difficult?
Do something.
Work at Walmart. Do something.
Besides spread diseases.
Man. I don't know if I can call Big Bad Mama a beta male whenever it's, a man with a woman avatar. I mean, that's a conundrum in its own. I don't know. Make it make sense, JiL. Make it make sense.
I thought he was a woman when I first seen him on. I thought that was actually him or her.
And that was an ugly woman.
Or he, she, or something. I didn't know what he was, but you never know what you're going to get when you're talking to these atheists. You never know.
Life is like a box of chocolates. Some of them might have nuts.
Slavery in my mind.
There was property damage rules in place for Old Testament slaves. Like if you killed
there was property damage rules. This is more gaslighting. No. There's no such thing as property damage rules, as if there are some sort of commodity like a chair or a couch. Property damage rules. So because they can't deny the scriptures that clearly protect the slave, protect the Aved. And remember, when we say slave, we mean worker, because remember, the currency in the ancient Near East is work. That's how you paid for everything. They didn't have Benjamins back then. It's all about the Benjamins. They didn't have monetary or dollar bills and coins. They did, but it wasn't something that everyone had, that was
privy
circulated.
to.
Right. This was something that if you were one of the elite, you might have had a coin with the Caesar's head on or face on it. But most of the people, when they contracted with others, it was
work-based
contractual agreements. I will work for you for this bear. No, not a bear. But nobody wants a bear, not especially the bears that mauled those kids that were making fun of the prophet. All right.
Oh, I thought you were talking about like the bears, like the gay ones or whatever. But you know how they call them bears and whatnot. But
those were gay bears back then, the ones that mauled those kids.
I don't know. I don't want to assume that. You know, I think the what is it? I forgot what the legal term is, but whatever. I forgot what I was going to say. Continue on. Oh yeah, no, it's crazy. It's crazy to think, you know, it's like, oh, I have no money. I have nothing to offer you. Okay, all right. Well then, you know what? I'll let you work for me. I'm going to give you a set of rules.
That's right. Yeah.
And you know, you work to pay off your debt or whatever, you know, whatever. It's it's not rocket science. I mean,
it isn't. I don't. That's why I don't understand. Why am I debating so-called scholars on this?
Oh, I mean, he looks at rocks, bro.
If you just open up a novel that they used to read in high school, they don't anymore for some reason, or middle school, Of Mice and Men, you'll see the same type of system in America. Not too long ago, just a few decades ago. They were called workers, migrant workers, people who traveled from town to town. And yes, you had to abide by the master's rules because it was his land. Duh. So when you start seeing other passages where there are rules now about who you can marry, who you can't marry, that would have already been agreed upon by the worker. That's not something he's being forced into. So again, you fail at demonstrating involuntary service, involuntary servitude, other than in the case of prisoners and people who commit crimes or people who commit crimes. Those people have no rights. Just like
until they work it off.
Until they work it off, until they pay restitution.
Oh, wow, it's crazy.
We call it community service today. It's the same concept. I don't, unless you can prove otherwise, unless you can go into the context and prove otherwise, you don't have an argument. Just showing me the word slave, showing me the word purchase. Jay Pasick tried this and failed. So you doing it is not going to help the argument. Was slavery in the Bible mostly about working off debts? Did it extend beyond mere working off debt? No, it was mostly about working off debt. Some scholars suggest about 95 to 99% of it was about working. Working, period. As far as debt collection is concerned, I don't think it was that high. But most of the workers were aveds. They were just people who were not landowners, or they were not rich. You or I don't know about you, but I would have been
Christ.
I would have been an aved. Okay. Actually, I don't know if I would have been an aved. I might have been an owner.
I know a few avets.
No, I would have been an aved. I think I would have been an aved. It depends.
I'm not sure what that is.
Well, an aved is a worker, just someone who's an employee. Because you don't own your own land, you would have to find someone else to work for. Just like you don't own your own corporation. So you go fill out an application for someone who does own corporations. So in those days, and again up until about 100 years ago, even in America, 50 years ago, you would travel to whoever owned land and you would contract with them to work. So unless you could find kidnapping and people being forced to work against their will in the context, you really don't have an argument. You're just looking at the word slave and saying, aha, gotcha. So most of it was just voluntary work, and much of it was debt work. A lot of it was prisoners who were paying restitution. So you had an entire system of work. So it becomes very difficult for the atheist to find slavery in the Bible because of that fact.
They can find it, but they just misconstrue it so beyond reason that it becomes ridiculous. That's why I don't show up too much to any. Well, plus I'm banned from a lot of these channels anyway. Oh no, but it hurts me so bad. Yeah, no, some of these people are just silly.
Hey,
what are you watching, by the way?
Oh, this is B.S. Lewis and Big Bad Mama talking with another atheist about slavery. No Christians in the room. No one here that can help them read the Bible. No one here that can help them with the history and the language and all those things.
I think I want the help.
Just atheists in an echo chamber. This is how they love to conduct their discussions. And speaking of atheists, welcome.
You say it 3 times loud enough, they show up.
Hey,
I had
this
to get
is
in
a.
on this. Yes.
You did?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Any comments or concerns?
I just
so
came
far?
across. I just come up. I ain't watched it yet, so just keep on trucking.
Okay.
Yeah,
JiL
about like
owns
5 minutes.
JiL owns the atheists on the slavery debate. That's for sure. What do you think about that? Think that's true or false?
Yeah. Whatever you say. That's. I just come in here to see what are we covering anyway? Is this like from last week on?
This is just. Yeah, this is BS. I just found this stream and I was just listening and I commented on section A when they started talking about the Bible and slavery. So
to be honest, JiL, I think if you just let the atheists talk, they'll just end up owning themselves eventually. It's just like it comes around full circle and just bonks them right on the head. But they don't see it. I don't know. Maybe they get concussed and forgot it even happened, and then they go at it again.
The dopamine levels are low. That's the problem.
Well,
how are your dopamine levels, Robin?
My dopamine levels are just fine. Look, we got Wesley.
You sure?
Wesley's here too. Wesley.
Hey, Wesley.
Well, I'll do 5 minutes of torture with you if you want to play a little bit of video. Let's play a little game of how long can I last before I'm like have to laugh myself away.
Before Wesley comes in and tells us about the dream.
The frogs and the dreams and the pizzas.
The ashes you all now see is the desolation.
God bless you, Wesley. God bless you. That's all I have to say.
The Omni barcodes is the abomination. The Omni Wesley sounds like one of those guys back in the 90s and the 2000s when remember those videos, those movies used to come out about the mark of the beast and the end times.
I think he might have been MK Ultra. He may have been MK Ultra.
And
I'm not even playing.
It's sort of like the what's the guy Kirk Cameron? What was the name of those movies that he played in? The end times movies.
Left Behind.
Left Behind, yeah.
Left Behind.
Left Behind series. But there was another one, sort of like a low budget version. And
Yeah.
yeah, you know what I'm talking about, right? The
Was it
guy,
the one with the VR headsets?
yes.
And they're
Yeah.
like, and then he was like, "No, you're
Yes.
gonna cut my head off" or something like that toward the end or something.
Yes,
see-
the
I remember-
Antichrist set
Yeah.
up a VR system in which he was oppressing through virtual reality.
Never know, man. Might be coming soon to a theater near you.
That was, I guess, that they didn't really know about AI back then. So I guess the VR was like the next thing, right? That was like the next mark of the beast, right? Remember?
I got my VR headset right here.
Don't get one of those VR because the Antichrist is going to use that. He's going to use that. He's going to put all the Christians in the VR, and we're not going to be allowed out.
I'm going into the void.
We're not going to be allowed to purchase or buy or sell.
I see some guy. He looks like Jesus, but he sounds like Big Bad Mama. I've been fooled.
I shut the dream from Jesus today for one day. All right, so he's not going to tell us the dream today. Thank God.
I can't hate on Wesley like that. I can't.
Thank you, Wesley, for sparing us. Yes.
We don't hate on Wesley.
What's that?
No, I pray for Wesley. Regardless, I understand he's going through some stuff, so I give him grace.
That guy there that's got the instrument in this video, that's the one that you got into it with that night, wasn't it, JiL?
What guy?
That on BS's birthday. Is this BS's birthday stream? Remember you come in there and him and you were.
Did I kill all your viewership?
No, I said well, I don't know who's viewing. I don't know how many people's viewing, but no, I don't know.
No, I thought that remember that guy that like he didn't even know you, but like I don't know, he was like
yeah, he's just he's anti-Christian. That's probably his problem.
Like he gave me a headache actually.
Yeah, he's just anti-Christian. So we get a lot of the atheist apologetics here. It's not really, you're not really trying to read the Bible to understand it. It's sort of like talking to someone you don't like. You're not really listening to them to understand them. You're waiting. You're waiting for them to make a mistake, to slip up and misspeak, so you can jump on them. So that's how they read the Bible. Slavery. We got them now. No.
The magic word.
Purchasing. Oh, look, people are being purchased. People were being purchased 50 years ago in the antebellum South, not because they were slaves, but because they were migrant workers.
You go to Africa and purchase a couple people right now.
I can go to Home Depot and purchase a couple of people. But
I have my theory on why you defend biblical slavery. So
what's that?
We won't
because it's not illegal today. Here's why. You can have a theory, but here's why. Because what they were doing would not be illegal today in our country. Prove me wrong.
Okay. Whatever you say, JiL.
Play a little bit more of the video.
Fight with you. You know I don't like fighting with you. I don't fight with you much at all.
Okay.
I'll fight with you, JiL.
You cannot prove me wrong.
Just that one night on tacos, I had to come in there just because everybody was bored.
Okay, just because you see the word purchase or buying or selling does not mean you have demonstrated anyone is being forced into that lifestyle, if you will, or that system. The Hebrews, just like many of the other ancient groups, their monetary system was work. So work equals currency. If you owed someone money, you worked for them. You became their aved. You became their slave. If you fought and you broke their tooth, you had to work to pay restitution, to pay back the tooth. Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. or we're taking your tooth. If you owed money or if you committed a crime, again, work is the way of currency. So you had to work in order to pay back or to pay restitution. In that case, you might have been forced because you're a criminal and you have no rights until you pay back what you owe. Okay, so when we read the biblical text and we see the word slave and we see the word purchase, we need not jump to conclusions that this is referring to Toby and the movie Roots.
Yeah.
But that's about it.
Yeah,
and I haven't been on Twitter in at least a year. Maybe.
No, that's good. Good for you.
Big
Stay
bad
fucking
mama
away.
llama.
It's only maggots and it's only Nazis now. So don't even.
It's only maggots and it's only Nazis now.
When was the last time you seen a Nazi, JiL?
Obama?
He was more like a mullah.
No, he's a Marxist. He's more than like a Marxist.
Oh, you're being silly.
He's more like a Marxist, but yeah, I think Marxism is probably what we're seeing out in the open now. They're not even hiding the fact that they're Marxists. The leaders of Black Lives Matter called themselves trained Marxists. I don't see anyone on the right claiming to be a Nazi. Do you? So you see that loop in there?
Nah, unless it's like a CIA like kind of federal operation.
I don't know. I think Bubblegum Gun pretty much proudly claims to be a Nazi.
Yeah, he's one of the brownest Nazis I've ever seen.
Someone you're talking about an internet guy, or we're talking about
Bubblegum Gun. You know Bubblegum Gun from.
Well, hold on. We're talking about politicians.
Oh no, I don't know any politicians that.
No. But we do.
What was his name? Jim Bird.
But we do have politicians on the left who are proud to call themselves Marxist.
I don't think Marxism and being a Nazi are the same thing. But
yeah, sure you don't. Because one is claiming the label, the other is denying it. That's a fact. Whether your opinion matters. I know your opinion matters, but these are the facts. One side is denying your claim, your charge, your insults, your dangerous rhetoric, which led to Charlie Kirk's death. One side is denying. You're not denying what we're calling you. You're embracing it.
So do you think that like I'm on the left and I think that Charlie Kirk should still be alive? Yes. I don't think he should have been killed. I don't think there should be any political violence. I think that political violence endangers our whole system. So I think it was wrong for him to be killed. I don't know what else I can do about that. I had nothing to do with him being shot. If I had known the person and could have stopped him, I would have.
Well, y'all, what I mean by y'all is a lot of the left, you guys can quit calling people, everybody that you disagree with, Nazis for one. That usually could help out a little bit, but
if I ever called you Nazi,
it was your rhetoric. It was your rhetoric.
Probably.
Okay, so you are just as responsible.
Dumbass or something, but not a sorry, JiL.
I'm pretty sure fascist or something like that.
Fascist. Yeah, it was your rhetoric that led to his death. So you're
rhetoric.
Yeah, you're just as guilty as
the left's rhetoric. Come on, you know what he's talking about.
So does that make you responsible for the two politicians that were killed in Minnesota?
Over what?
Which ones?
See, y'all don't even know about them. Like people came to their house and shot them right in the front door.
Oh, are you talking about the one that she voted for Trump's immigration policy and the Democrats called hitmen out to go and kill him?
No, she was killed. They were killed by
Democrat.
They were killed by an ex-evangelical pastor who was mad over abortion.
That was associated with Tim Walz.
Mad
No, he
over
wasn't
abortion,
associated
which
with
means
Tim
he was a
Walz.
liberal, Robin.
He was
He
not
was
a
a
liberal.
liberal. He was mad over abortion. He
He
was mad over
was
abortion.
mad over abortion. Yes, he was. He was mad over people who had supported abortion. Y'all can just lie. I mean, don't lie. You don't have to
He
lie.
was mad. He was mad that
What are
people.
their names, Robin?
I don't hold you
Well, hold
guilty.
on, hold on, hold on. He was
What are
mad.
their names, Robin?
I don't
He
hold you
killed-
guilty for that
He
because
was
I
mad
don't
that people
you killed
supported
anybody.
abortion. He was
was
mad
not-
people. He
yes,
was mad
people
supported
supported
abortion.
abortion.
Okay,
Yes.
who right now on what side is mad that
I
you,
know
that people
he was
supporting
killing
abortion?
people who voted for abortion.
Okay, so he went and killed people who voted for abortion.
Do y'all not ever get news about stuff like this, or just
What is their name, Robin?
We have to do a fact check because you're a liberal. What are their
Yeah,
names?
give me their name. You're so familiar with it. Give me their name.
we don't?
Probably
I don't,
fake news.
I don't remember her name. Like there was two.
Oh
Of them.
man, you don't remember her name.
No, because I don't remember her name. I had a stroke. I'm pretty old, and I never.
Sorry
did
to hear
know
that.
I live in Minnesota.
Okay. All right.
So,
Well,
be
we'll look up that story. But
Was it the one where the guy was dressed up in a mask as a police officer?
Yes, and it was
Yeah,
not
that dude worked for Tim Walz, and the reason why they killed her,
I knew it.
reason why they killed her was about the immigration policy. It wasn't about abortion.
about abortion. It was
Wow.
about abortion. You're
No,
lying.
I could pull it up for you.
I don't care what you
Wow.
pull. You're lying.
Man.
Yeah, you don't care. You don't want me to fact check you?
So I think you need to get the facts straight before we
Okay.
entertain this.
I
I think I remember this story. It had nothing to do with
It did.
abortion.
It didn't. It was about. It was her. It was her vote for Trump to deport illegals. That's what it was about.
It was a one-off thing where this man was,
And she knew she was going to get killed. She knew she was going to get killed.
But he had like a whole list of other people that he had planned to kill. He had even like abortion clinics that he was planning on hitting. It was all over abortion. I'm not going to know.
Why is he attacking abortion clinics if he's pro-abortion?
He's not. He is against abortion. He was killing people who voted to support abortion.
Okay, so you're asking me if I'm at fault for that?
Does it make you guilty? No, it does not.
No,
Okay.
Oh, the battery's dead on here. That's why.
because I'm not spreading lies.
Yeah, I could actually.
If someone has an abortion, hold on. If an abortion clinic exists that is killing children in the womb before they are born, that's a fact. Trump being a Nazi is not a fact.
Trump isn't. Who said
Sorry,
Trump is a Nazi?
Trump being a fascist is far from a fact.
I don't think
You
Trump
don't know
is
what
a fact.
fascism
I
is.
don't think Trump is any of those things because I think that Trump has not got enough. He's not an ideologist or whatever. He does not have ideology. He just rambles through life doing whatever the hell is the best for. He thinks is the best for Trump and whatever. Like
So no, I would not be at fault. I would not be at fault. You would be at fault because you're slandering by calling someone a Nazi who won the presidency of the United States. How idiotic can you be?
Did you slander the president when Obama was president?
Did I slander him? I didn't call him a Nazi because he's not a Nazi. He's a
Trump
socialist.
a Nazi?
He's a Marxist.
Who called Trump a Nazi?
That's one of the That's one of the slanderers you did earlier.
We're just doing. No, I did not. I did not bring up Nazis.
Oh, you didn't? Maybe you forgot.
No,
I don't know how. I don't know how this topic came up then.
Well, I think y'all brought it up, but that's okay.
All right.
Yeah,
You're not missing anything.
It's not tolerable. I don't even really enjoy Blue Sky, but I do poke on there every once.
Can you
in a
pause it
while.
just real quick?
I can't believe how
Hello?
The people who post with the hashtag atheist.
Can you hear me?
In some form, you say one stinking thing out.
Hello?
Yeah, that's you, Lupin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I just say, dude, they just sound miserable. That's all I had to say. Like, don't they just sound miserable?
Well, they're happy according to some Pew Research studies. They're really happy people. No, they're not. You still
fooled me.
leave all mammal species, all mammals in suicides, all of them.
In what?
Suicide.
What?
The liberal in general leads all species in suicide attempts.
Species.
All species. You lead all species in infanticide. All mammals. You kill yourself more than any mammal. You kill your own offspring more than any mammal.
That's sad.
How about that?
That's sad.
That is. That's the sad state of atheism.
Why do you support?
What do you? No, wait a minute. Okay, to me though, JiL, it seems like that you're doing a lot of conflation and a lot of generalization. First of all, not all liberals are atheists.
80 to 85%, according
I
to
don't
Pew.
know about that number. I'll check that. My phone's on charge right now, so I'll check.
According to Pew Research, so most liberals are atheists. Most atheists are liberals.
I don't think that's true.
Look it up. Go to Pew Research. Look it up.
I mean, I think you're probably right about most atheists being liberal, somewhat.
That's true.
In fact, some atheists are
70%,
70
to 80%
are farther left of liberal. You know, like liberal is not a far left position. Actually, liberal is still a capitalist. So it's more.
Okay, name something the far left supports that a liberal would not. You probably two things.
A liberal would not support like communism or socialism. Actually, not a
They
liberal.
call themselves democratic socialists. Bernie Sanders calls himself democratic socialist. They can't support the system in its entirety because they live in a capitalist society. So that's why they call themselves democratic socialists.
That's not classic liberalism.
I was muted, but that gave me an audible laugh right there when she just said that. It's just like, come on now, you can't be serious.
Name one thing. You probably have two. I'm asking for one. Name one thing that the left supports that the liberals do not.
What do you? We don't have like. What are you talking about? Like liberals
You're
are
saying there's a distinction. There's a difference. There is. There is a difference. But what is that difference?
Well,
Tell us what that difference is.
In capitalism, you still have
No. You said that liberals and leftists are not the same.
They're not.
Right?
Most leftists are what true leftists are either communist or they support communism or socialism or anarchy even.
Okay, so anarchy. So some of them support anarchy, which a liberal would not. That's one.
Liberals definitely support anarchy, communism, and socialism.
Right, we can make an argument, but I'm trying to help her see that you're the same. You are the same animal as the leftists.
Don't fact check him because his math is JiL
You are
math.
the same. You are one and the same. Right?
Can I read you guys a little information on what Robin was trying to talk about?
Yeah, go right ahead.
So the alleged hit list from the individual who assassinated a Minnesota lawmaker and her husband was released early this morning, and it's raising some serious questions. As a Gateway pundit, Kristen Taylor reported, 2 Minnesota Democrat former Labor Party lawmakers and their spouses were shot in targeted attacks in their homes. Let me see if I. 2 Minnesota Democrat former Labor Party lawmakers and their spouses. What?
We don't have a Labor Party in the United States.
Oh, okay. Let me see if I can just Google that.
The Labor Party is in England.
one moment. If you don't, oh my gosh, dealing with these
I
people,
would think you
dealing
didn't know.
with these people. Look here. No, I know that there's a Labor Party over there, but you don't think the U.S. has a Labor Party as well? I could let me fact check you again real quick.
That might
Yeah,
be
they
the
were
Green
Democrats.
Party.
Now you're saying they're in the Labor Party. Which
It
one
might
is
be
it?
the Green Party. The Green Party is where they try to go to when they try to suggest that, no, all politicians are bad and both sides are bad, and because their side is so bad. So their side is so bad, they have to poison the other side, the
Give me,
Republicans.
give me 1 second. I'll get this fixed up for you.
Like misinformation here.
That's the state of liberalism right now. They don't really have.
I'll prove you wrong here. Just give me one moment.
States does not have a major nationally prominent Labor or Social Democratic Party like those in the UK or Australia. So there you go.
Democratic
And
Farmer
most,
Labor Party. Okay.
organized labor and working class movements operate exclusively as a core of the voting bloc and fraction within the Democratic Party.
Does the United States have a Democratic Labor Party?
Oh, add Democrat on there. Yeah, that's what I'd do.
That's what it was.
Said you didn't.
A Democratic Farmer Labor Party.
God, what dishonest people.
It's not dishonest. It is what it is.
Still, you can do better.
Does the U.S. have a Democratic Labor Party? Why is it not working?
The Labor Party is the Democratic Party. Okay, it's the American labor unions, which is historically
Seems like the union,
organized through the Democratic Party.
the Teamsters supported Trump his last election.
That's right, because even the Labor Party, people starting to wake up.
Yeah,
and you saw lifetime groups that always supported the Democratic Party. You saw them switch over. You saw them jump over to Trump, even though they never supported the Republican Party in the past. They are starting to wake up.
Are y'all happy about that? We let's see. We went from we now they get to keep their they get to keep building missiles. They get to keep their stockpile of like enriched uranium, and we have to give them $300 billion or whatever to rebuild. And plus,
the Minnesota Democratic Farmer Labor Party operates as the official state level affiliate of the National Democratic Party. I'm sorry if that hurt your feelings. If facts hurt your feelings, I can't do nothing about that.
And we're unfreezing $100 billion. So did we do good bombing Iran?
Now you want to talk about Iran? You want to talk about Iran now?
We're gonna win until it's over. That's all I'm gonna say about that.
Like, I know they are. They're dishonest. Yes. I
The
thought they were
Iranians?
gonna watch this video, and I was going to hang out and hang out because JiL comes on my channel a lot, so I come over here to support him. But he's going to get on here and lie on me and everything else. So
Who lied on you?
What did I lie about?
Well, I don't know. You're saying I was responsible for Charlie's murder, and
if you were calling him a Nazi, yeah. If you were
no, we're not. We didn't say you in particular were responsible for it, but your party's ideology and your party's rhetoric. Are you a Democrat?
I'm let's see, 58 years old right now. And up until 2 months ago, I was a registered Republican from the age of 18.
Okay. So are you a Democrat?
I am not. Yes.
Okay. So then, yeah, your party's rhetoric got Charlie Kirk killed. Sorry.
I think Charlie Kirk is sad to say, but and I don't even believe in supernatural stuff. That's why I don't believe in karma or whatever. But I think whatever you put out into the world, sometimes that's what comes back at you. And that's
so what do you put out in the world?
Well, he put a lot of hate and stuff out.
What did he say that was hateful?
He didn't deserve to die over it.
He put a lot of hate out, which is another lie. He didn't put any hate out.
Yeah, by saying the truth, but he put a lot of truth.
The truth is hate, according to the liberal.
No, he didn't put a lot of truth. He made up all kinds of crap. He made up.
What did he make up? Name one thing he made up that wasn't true. What did he make up?
Let me see. Let's see. what was it? He talks about like Justice Jackson. You know,
Mhm.
he said, and you know what's fun? What's really
Jackson,
amazing?
Mississippi, or Jackson, Florida.
Supreme Court justice. What did
Oh
he
my
say that was?
God.
What did he say that was wrong about the Supreme Court justice?
Well,
Is it
she
the black
actually
chick?
by her like her credentials, she's probably one of the. Somehow I've screwed up something here on my screen. Am I gone?
Oh, because she's black.
There I am.
She was
Okay,
she was a DEI hire from the
yes,
Biden administration.
she has better credentials than any justice we have sitting on the court.
She
Actually,
also doesn't know what a woman is.
neither do you. A woman is a
Okay,
woman.
so-
Woman is somebody that puts her hand over your drink when you're around, Lupin.
So he can't criticize the
A
Supreme
smart woman should do that regardless.
Yeah, a smart woman would.
Did he call her a Nazi or say that she was a threat to democracy? Like the mainstream media has been doing, like the Democrats have been doing? Did he do that? No.
Hey, Missy Maud. Hey.
No. This guy obviously needs a math teacher, so let me help him. All right. 10% of the population is atheists. No. Larger for knowns, 85% is impossibility. It's 70%. So when we say 70% of,
What?
we're talking about the smaller population of atheists. 70% of them. So if the atheists are 2% or 5%, then if we take that 5% or whatever, you say 10, because you really think that there are that many atheists out there. There aren't. But when we look at that small percentage, 70% of them support the Democratic Party. 70 to 80%, according to Pew Research. Okay.
About 14%, according to Pew Research Center, which is the same place you use SIPDM. 14% of late liberals identify as atheists. 13% identify as agnostic, while roughly 51% are religiously unaffiliated.
And who cares?
Religiously unaffiliated. Are we talking about?
You can lump those into you can lump those into atheists. I would say that would be fair.
It means they don't belong to a specific church. Yeah.
Are we talking about belonging to a specific church?
Well, that's what religiously unaffiliated means. It means that they are religious, but they're unaffiliated with a specific church.
Are we talking about? This is amazing. Are we talking
I don't know.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna dip out, Robin. I hope you do well and stay healthy and recover. I would get, if you would like some advice from me, which you probably don't, but I'll give you some anyway. Don't hang out on the internet so much if it stresses you out or causes you too much stress, because it very well can. It could make your condition worse. But that's just my 2 cents.
Thank you, Lupin.
You're welcome. I hope you recover. God bless you. God bless you, Jill. You take care, and you have a good time, even though you're a weirdo Calvinist. But that's okay. I knew a dude named Calvin.
We'll have that discussion. Come take the Tulip Challenge, and I'll show you that you are in fact a Calvinist as well.
I'm more of a begonia guy myself. Scarlet begonias.
All right.
Later.
Well, thanks for coming on, and next time you're live, I'm definitely gonna pop in.
Yeah, I just hit 4K subs, man.
Oh, good. Congrats.
God is good. Yep. God bless.
All right. God bless you. Was I referring to religion? Or
you said that 85% of liberals were atheists. That's what you said.
Well, they vote Democrat. Yes.
See, you're just conflating all these terms. Let's just watch your video. Because
No.
I know.
When we're talking about supporting policies, and you guys are on the same page, leftists vote Democrat. Liberals vote Democrat. Atheists vote Democrat.
Except for like we know we me and you both know right wing atheists.
Right wing atheists. They're very few and far.
I
Over
will say
80%.
that they are not, they are a minority. But
80%, 85%.
that 85% is not correct.
85% of atheists identify as Democrat.
Oh, okay. But I don't know about that, but like
Look it up.
I would say that the atheists do tend to vote more left, which is a good thing.
Yes, you're all on the same policies. You're all supporting the same destructive, demonic policies.
I don't think they're
It's
demonic.
not a coincidence.
Demons are not even real. They're JiL.
Evil, whatever you want to call it. It's not a coincidence that atheists are voting for this.
I mean, I think
You're
it's
voting for children to be mutilated at
No,
12.
we don't vote for mutilated
Abortion, gay marriage.
I think women having control over their own bodies is important. Yes.
Not enough control to murder.
I mean,
You
like,
can have control over your body if you want to go to Krispy Kreme and you
know
want
my
to eat 5
position on-
donuts
you
all
don't know
at
my
once.
position.
You
don't know
can
my
have
position
control
on-
over that, but
You
you
don't know
cannot
my
have control
position
over
on
the murder of a child.
You don't know my
Sorry.
position on abortion. You don't even know. You've never even
I
bothered to
know what
ask.
you just said. You said women should have control over their bodies. Sure, you
until a
should.
certain time-
You
and
should have control over your body. In fact, you do.
You don't
But
even.
you
You
don't
don't
have
even.
you don't
never
have
ask
that much
for my
control
position.
where you can take a
You
life.
never
You
asked
can
for my
murder someone.
position.
Sorry.
Thank you, Miss Maudie,
You
to
just
donate
told
for
me
me.
your position.
You've
You
never
just
asked me
told
what
me
it
your-
is. You had
You
no.
just told me. I don't
Just
have to
rather-
ask
You'd
you.
rather just throw me into the pile.
You
of
just
people.
told me your position.
Yeah.
Right. Is it not your position that a woman should have the right to do with her body what she wants to do with it?
I
You
think
just told me your position.
You asked me a question and then you just talk and don't even let me answer it.
You already answered. You told me your position. So you want to hear your excuse for why you excuse that? The women, you allow women to do that? You think women should have a right to do that? I don't need to hear your excuse.
Should die because
I don't need to hear that.
Things. All right.
I don't need to hear your excuse for why you think a woman should have the right to do with her own body up to the extent of killing someone. Sorry.
I'm in here to try to hang out with JiL for a minute, like he does at my channel, but he's going to be a butthole. So.
I'm going to be a butthole. Okay.
Yep. All right. So I'll leave, and yeah, he won't let me speak. He cannot shut up long enough to let me speak, Maud. He likes to generalize and be rude.
I didn't generalize. You said it. I responded to what you said.
Time I've been in
now you're cutting me off. I did not generalize.
Overtalk you.
I respond. I'm not overtalking you. You're overtalking me. Did you want to say something? Go right ahead.
I'm gonna say goodbye, JiL. Good night.
Okay. All right. I'll see you next time. So no one was overtalking. You said what you said, and I responded to it. You said you believe a woman has the right to do with her own body what she wants to do with it. I agree, but not to the extent in which you wind up killing someone. We call that murder or manslaughter. So you do not have the right. I have the right to do with my body what I want to do with it. But when it crosses the line, when the law says that when you take your body and hit someone over the head with it, now you have crossed the line. And now you have to suffer the consequences, which is some sort of jail or a fine, maybe, or restitution. Now you have to pay restitution because you've harmed someone or society. You don't have that same rule when it comes to women who want to abort their children. Why? You're special pleading for women, maybe because you're a woman, perhaps.
Of what if the devil wrote the Bible? And you get blocked so fast. I mean to tell you.
Try that here. You won't be blocked. I love it when these guys come on crying about when they go to these other Christian channels who are more about just preaching than apologetics, than answering to these objections, and then say, "Oh, they blocked me." Well, they're like you almost. They set up an echo chamber they call it fellowship. Okay, you do the same thing. You block me instantaneously. I went over the taco. He said, "Oh, I'm not going to let JiL up anymore because I just don't want to let him up." Seriously. I had over on Gretchen's channel, the Grinch over there, the female Grinch over on Gretchen's channel. They blocked me, get this, because I was muted. And I went up and did something, and some way, somehow, either my computer shut down. I don't know what happened, but I left. I left the stream after I was muted. So because I left the stream and I avoided their 2-minute or 5-minute mute by leaving, which is the ultimate mute. When you leave the stream, you're definitely muted. But because I didn't stay the whole 5 minutes and endure the punishment of their mute, which I don't do anyway when I'm muted, even on CK's channel, I get up, I go get a cup of coffee, whatever, a cup of tea. You go to the restroom, whatever the case may be. But I'm not going to sit there and, just listen to you ramble on and tell me how much you misrepresent my argument. I'm going to wait until we're ready to engage. Okay. One-on-one, mano y mano. Okay. So Gretchen, they banned me for leaving during a timeout for 4 days. So the atheists, they don't know what fairness is. They have no concept of justice because they're not filled with the Spirit of God. So it becomes a game of who is friendly to me, who do I like, who's on my side, who's voting Democrat. Go along to get along. Go along to get along. If a Democrat like Donald Trump dares to step out and say, "I'm going to run as a Republican," watch how fast you owe the state $500,000. Donald Trump been selling real estate for 40 years. Not once did he ever have to go to court because of a real estate deal in which the state, not the bank said the deal was fine. In fact, the bank said, "Can we do some more business, Donald?" So the state steps in and says, "Oh, no, this business deal wasn't good. It was a bad deal for the bank." The bank's like, "What are you talking about? We got paid plus interest." So these people don't have the Spirit of God. That's why they make claims like, "Well, a woman should be able to do with her body." That was the most disgusting thing I've ever heard anyone say. Imagine if a man said, "Well, I have the right to do with my body what I want to do. My body, my choice. If I want to use part of my body to insert into yours, my body, my choice." Imagine the outrage. But when they say that about unborn children, they don't bat an eye. That's why she left. I think she was starting to feel ashamed. That's a good sign. That's a good sign. When you say "my body, my choice," what are you really saying? What are you really saying? You're saying, because it's your body, you have the right to choose to get rid of another one. The one that's inside of you. That's what you're saying, liberal. That should frighten you. That should give you nightmares. If you are filled with the Spirit of God, you are convicted by that way of thinking. Robin, if you felt anything, if you felt any remorse or if you felt any guilt, it could be a sign that you are filled with the Spirit. Because there is no way that anyone filled with the Spirit of God can say that and mean it and not feel any conviction. My body, my choice. Disgusting. These people are disgusting. I don't want to say these people, but their minds are so corrupted with evil.
If you just respond in kind and you respond in a normal way that I respond. Now, the thing is all of the responses that I've made to them, I can click on a button and it just shows replies and I can just read those for days. And I can promise you every single Christian who's trying to recruit an atheist, as soon as you respond with any kind of question or any kind of offer of resistance to whatever the meme they post or anything like that, instantaneous blocked. It's just so funny. They're so soft. So I don't know.
JiL's not soft. Click on this link. My link has been up almost 2 hours now. Only one that's bold enough to come in here is your women. You send your women in here to fight me? Liberal? Man up. Send these women in here. Just like the Jehovah's Witness. Notice the Mormons send and the Muslims send their men out. They send men out to evangelize. Who did this Jehovah's Witness send out? They send their women out in the streets. The Mormons send their men out. See the difference? They're the real Christians now. But we know theologically they have a lot of issues, so they cannot be considered a real Christian. But socially, I think they have it together more so than some of even the evangelical groups, unfortunately. No, I've never heard of this guy, the Thinkers Panel, unless I'm thinking of, I think his name is Seth. He's an atheist. The Thinking Atheist, I think he used to call himself. I don't know who the Thinkers Panel is, but if it's an atheist panel, I think I might be done with the atheist panels. They do not allow for discourse. They just simply don't. It's not like in the case in Robin where I was allowing her to speak, but she really didn't have anything to say. She really didn't have anything to say. My body, my choice. What are you going to say after that? Well, this is what I believe should be the case. You don't have an argument for my body, my choice. You simply don't. They don't have an argument. I said, I'm not going to say anything. Go ahead and talk. She didn't have anything to say. All they have is mantras. That's all they do is repeat mantras. Just like the Roman Catholic Church. They cannot deal with cross-examination. They cannot stand to be cross-examined. If you try to cross-examine them, they will call you a bigot.
Maybe I'm in.
Why does he have
and need a little gorging?
Why does he have the PBS symbol up here in the top? What is PBS? It didn't Donald Trump sue them for slandering him? I believe so.
For real.
For real.
Fine. Fine. Bow tie bless all.
Later, Tux. Take her easy, Tux.
And then there were three.
Reforming Baptist said, I thought you asked if slavery was moral. Well, let's ask that. Let's ask that question. I don't think it even needs to be a question, but yeah, Reformed Baptists, if you'd like to opine on whether or not you think slavery is moral, then yeah, let's hear it. Because I think it's
All right. So, all right. First rule when you're dealing with the liberal is to define terms. Okay. What do we mean by slavery? What do you mean by slavery? Don't just let him arbitrarily just use the word slave. Because again, to the ancients, in the ancient Near East, the word slave could have meant several things. Okay. At least 3 different things. I can show you that myself. Okay. But if you want to see those things, those 3 different things, all you have to do is go into any lexicon where the text is speaking about a slave and look up the word. And when you do that, you will find that the Hebrews had 3 different words, 3 different definitions, at least 3, some say more, for that word that was translated into slave or aved. 3 different definitions, not one. When we hear the word slave today, we think of only one definition. We don't have other definitions for that word. It only means one thing, which is what? Someone is being violated. Someone's volition has been taken. Their rights have been taken unjustly. So we're not referring to a prisoner even, because a prisoner has their rights taken from them justly because they broke the law. So when we think, we don't call that, even though the Constitution, even though the 14th Amendment does still call them slaves. It calls prisoners slaves. Look it up. 14th or 15th Amendment. Even though we don't, colloquially, we don't say you're a slave because you're in prison, even though that's the case. Technically, you are. You are a ward of the state. You belong to the state. There's that word property. You are property of the state. So if you are in prison, you are a slave. Okay. So we still have, even today, a remnant, we still, in a very small way, have more than one definition, even though we don't really use it. We don't call them slaves. We call them prisoners. So we developed another term to describe someone who is forced to be, in this case, in a prison cell. And even in many cases, they're forced to work. We used to have chain gangs up until really recent, where the chain gangs reminded us too much of the antebellum South. So we've gotten rid of the chain gangs. But in some states, they still have the chain gangs, like in Texas. Texas will never give up their slaves. Texas will never give up their slaves. All right, let's get back to the video.
Not moral.
I agree.
I would like to know specifically, Reforming Baptist, what parts of American slavery were not moral compared to what Old Testament slavery was. What were we doing that they weren't doing that made it immoral?
You're muddying the waters.
All right, so what were they doing that we weren't doing? I think I would say the other way around. What were the antebellum South slave masters doing that the biblical slave masters were not doing? Okay. For one, they were not forcing people into labor. The people that came to them voluntarily They hired them and paid them wages. Oh, that's not in the Bible? That's not in the Bible that you had to pay your slaves wages? Oh, let me go find that for you. Let me go find that for you, so I can help you out with reading the Bible. Okay, instead of cherry picking verses where it talks about people being purchased, find out why the heck they're being purchased in the first place, instead of assuming they're being purchased against their will. It's just that simple. Let's go to, I'm going to go to Deuteronomy. I think I had a slide on this. See if I can find the slide. That'll be so much better. Let me see. Oh, here are the three definitions. Here are the three definitions of slave for the record, since we don't seem to think that there are other ways in the ancient Near East to describe someone who works for another voluntarily. Could have been called an Eved, which was translated into slave, which the modern translations will remove slave and replace it with servant. Okay, so it just removes it, the word entirely, and replaces it with servant. Okay, because even as late as the King James version of the Bible, the word slave was not taboo, meaning it was still used to denote someone who was a worker, someone who worked for someone else. It was considered, in many cases, a lowly position. So the word slave was not a taboo thing. It was not an evil thing. It's like naming your son Judas. There was nothing intrinsically, there's nothing wrong with naming your son Judas before Judas. There was nothing wrong with naming your son, I'm trying to think of another name that became taboo, Hitler. You can't even say his name on the internet, okay? So there's nothing intrinsically evil about his name. And there was nothing wrong with using that name to name your grandkids or your kids before Adolf came along. But after Adolf came along, the name became taboo. Now it's an insult to call someone Hitler. Get it? So that's what happened with the word slave. The word slave, originally, we could say, was not a bad word. The only slave that was a bad slave was the one that God condemned when he said, don't do it. Don't kidnap and sell. That's called trafficking. Don't traffic people. If they want to work, you may purchase them, but you shall not kidnap. Even if you had already sold the person you kidnapped for the purpose of trafficking them, you were still put to death. So you couldn't say, well, I already sold them. Go get that guy that got him now. Punish him. No. You were the one that trafficked. You trafficked an individual. You kidnapped them, meaning you took them against their will. They didn't want to be there. Exodus 21:16. Right there. It's right there. Yet these people will try to argue with me till they're blue in the face that Somehow, some way, slavery, antebellum, chattel slavery is in the Bible. Somehow, some way. They will try to argue with you until they're blue in the face. Well, they'll never win that debate against someone like myself. You're not going to win. Ask Dr. Josh. You're not going to be able to convince anyone with 2 peas for a brain that there is slavery in the Bible. It's just not going to work. Not the word slavery is in the Bible, sure. But because we read context, we know what that means. We know what that means. All right, let's get back to the video. It's almost 1:30.
You're giving him way too much gray area to work in. Is slavery moral? Yes or no?
No, he already said American slavery is different than biblical slavery, though. He already made the contrast.
BS, I have a question. Aren't we seeing the good parts of biblical slavery when we read the Old Testament, that actually those are rules for how to do it right?
Yeah.
They just out and out killed slaves in those days. I mean, it was worse than American chattel slavery in my mind.
There was property damage rules in place for Old Testament slaves. Like if you killed somebody else's slave, you had to pay a certain amount of money.
But they had to make those rules for a reason, right?
That's also incorrect. If you killed any slave, it did never say, this is an old atheist apologetic. Make the Bible say something it never says. The text never says whether if you kill someone else's slave. Remember, eveds were employees. If you killed someone else's employee, you went to prison. But if you killed your own employee, like trying to suggest, that's just absurd. You killed your own slave or someone else's slave. The biblical text is doing what no culture did. Give rights to the lowliest of people. The ones who are working for other people because they don't have the means to hire their own workers. In fact, if you take the time to read Leviticus 25, instead of trying to quote mine the text and take out a small portion and say, aha, if you take the time to read it, you will find that the Eved who is purchased in verse 44, when you get down to verses 50 and 51 and 52, he has worked and has been paid so that he now is purchasing his own Eveds, meaning he has an estate now. He saved up his money, and now he has enough money to hire his own workers. If you read to the end of Leviticus 25, which is why Dr. Josh no longer believes in your atheist apologetic, which is why I think he changed his mind. When I showed him that in debate, in an actual debate more, cry less, liberal. Stop crying and engage the knowledgeable Christians. You've been debating Auntie for too long. Yes, she carries a Bible. Yes, she loves the Lord. Yes, she's going to heaven. But she cannot answer your questions when it comes to slavery in the Bible. She just hasn't been trained. That's just not her interest. Her interest is evangelism or singing in the choir. She loves singing in the choir. But you'll browbeat her. You'll browbeat him. Look at that slavery in the Bible. How could you be a Christian? But someone like myself, you won't click on the link and do that to me because you can't. Because you can't. You'll gather amongst yourselves people like B.S. Lewis, but you'll never gather amongst yourself a room full of Dr. James Whites. You hypocrites. When it comes to your scientific theories, you want us. I even heard one atheist say, "Oh, well, we can't take that. We can't take that source because that's a Christian." You want us to gather all of the secular sources, the best of the secularists. But when it comes to the scriptures, you are afraid to gather the scholars because you'll get crushed, and you know it. I don't see that from the other side. When I watch Standing for Truth, he is begging for scholars to come on to debate him. From people who are actually secularists, who actually are scholars, who are into evolution. He begs. He is begging. I don't see that from the liberal. When they set up their channels to do their open mics or their call-in shows, it's always on TikTok. And they're very selective about who they will allow on their show. I tried to get on the Matt Dillahunty a couple of times. They found out it was me. And this call screener said I was a sexist and I didn't have any respect for women. And there's a woman on the panel, so he wasn't going to let me on. They are so afraid. They are so afraid of the truth. It's not me. It's the truth that they're afraid of. It's not me. It's not that I'm a great debater. It's the truth that they hate. It's the truth that puts fear in their hearts, not JiL.
Because people were wasting their slaves.
Here's something I'd like to actually enter into the conversation. The only reason I ever talk about slavery is because of Christians. The only reason I talk about pedophilia is because of maggots. This is not
okay. Pedophilia. And what basis is he using to determine maggots are pedophiles? When his president, the president that he supported, is on record, his own daughter says that he showered with her inappropriately. There was inappropriate contact. His own daughter, Joe Biden's daughter, wrote that in her diary, and we know it's her diary. She confirmed it was her diary. I don't understand the reference here to PDF files. I mean, you're a liberal. The group that started NAMBLA, National Association of Boy Lovers, are atheist, not Christian. Welcome, Kevin.
Hey, man. So I just heard you say, did you say Josh Bowen changed his mind about biblical slavery?
I believe he claims that he always held to this position on Leviticus 25.
So what is his view now? Because last I knew, he thought that the Bible was supporting chattel slavery.
But he has to go over to Deuteronomy 20 to make that claim now. He no longer uses Leviticus 25.
Oh, I see. So he changed his mind about Leviticus 25. Okay.
Apparently, he claims that he had already held to the idea that Leviticus 25 was not talking about chattel slavery. But I highly doubt that, because that was just commonplace among liberal scholars. That's what they would always go to. But he claims he never actually thought that that was chattel slavery. So then he tries to go over to Deuteronomy 20.
Oh, is that the one where it's talking about foreigners in the land?
Which one? Deuteronomy 20?
Yeah.
No, Deuteronomy 20 is when you go to war.
Oh, prisoners of war. Right.
Well, when you go to war, yeah, it's giving you instructions on how to, like in war strategies, what to do with survivors, what to do with prisoners of war. Right. Yeah.
I think that was the exception to the rule. Like,
exactly, and it still is. It still is. Right.
Like they didn't have a choice about it. Like we captured you, we spared your life. You're going to go to work now.
Yeah, you become a ward of the. You become a prisoner of war. Yep. And even David and Goliath, we see as early as David and Goliath in that story. That was how it was. If you got into a war or a battle, if you lose, you become subject to the winner. You serve the winner. And what did David say? Okay, if I win, your people will serve us. And that's what happened. That was understood.
Yep.
That's tribal warfare. That's ancient war.
Yep.
That's the reality of war. So the same thing is true today. When we win a war, we sanction. Germany lost half of their army, more than that.
Hey, look what happened to Japan. We took away their military altogether, really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Basically, yeah. No, it's you, JiL. Yeah, it is me. I'm just reading Leviticus 25 right now. Come on in and read. Let's read it together, Andy. Come on in. Let's read it together. You didn't read anything. Guarantee you didn't read anything. He says he read Leviticus 47 to 52, and then I was lying. So let's pull that up.
Yep.
Because I don't like to be called a liar. The Aved who was sold. Now you're going to argue, oh, that wasn't the Aved that was sold. That was another Aved. That was a random Aved that just popped up in the story. Just so happened to pop up.
JiL?
What's that?
Did you want to put the scripture up on the screen so people can see it?
Yeah, I'm pulling it up right now.
Oh, gotcha.
I'm going to use the ESV, the Bible of.
Man, where's the King James at, man?
It's the Bible of biblical champion. Okay.
The ESV is translated from some garbage manuscripts, though.
Oh, I'm sure you would. Smokey even tried to argue the King James was influenced by Calvinists. So
see, that's retarded. Yeah, here's the thing. No. The manuscript. I don't trust the Alexandrian manuscripts.
Right.
But like the Byzantine, and I mean that's a different conversation or topic. But yeah, I trust the majority manuscripts. You know what I mean?
I argue that's just what Paul and the apostles intended to, and Jesus. That's what they intended to communicate. That's what I would argue. But that's a tulip challenge. If you ever, I'm going to do a tulip challenge probably next week sometime. Who knows? But
which letter of tulip?
I think we're on the L now.
Oh, that's the easiest one to refute.
I think that's the easiest one to demonstrate that we all believe in a limited atonement. It's just the extent of the limitation. That's where we disagree. But
okay.
And how and why it's limited. You believe it's limited because people choose or reject the Holy Spirit. We believe it's limited because the Father has chosen. Right, but that's another debate. The Lord spoke to Moses on Mount Sinai, saying, "Speak to the people of Israel and say to them, you shall keep the Sabbath." I'm going to scroll down, but when I deal with atheists, if they dare click the link, Kevin, I make them read. Well, this is Leviticus 25 on the screen.
Okay.
I'm just started in the first verse. I'm not going to start in the first verse because you're not a liberal. So if you were a liberal, I would have forced you to read the entire chapter. And the reason why I do that is I establish something here.
Context.
Well, yeah, but what about the context? The fact that these are all commercial contracts. These are all commercial voluntary contracts. That's the context. So if you want to suggest that Moses all of a sudden switched up and started talking about chattel slavery, which is not a voluntary commercial context, you go right ahead and believe that absurdity. Okay? So I actually had an atheist go through, we made a list of all of the laws in Leviticus 25, and I said put a C next to it if it's or put an F next to it if it's forced, put a F next to it if it's a free, if it's unforced, or if it's free or volitional, right? And when we got through the entire chapter, he only had one forced labor, which was what? Leviticus 25, verse 44. All of the transactions that are being done are all voluntary. Let me show you just a couple. In the year of your Jubilee, you shall return his property. If you make a sale to your neighbor or buy from your neighbor, you shall not wrong one another. This is speaking to property rights and ownership and treating your neighbor correctly, dealing with transactions, commercial, voluntary transactions. You shall pay your neighbor according. Now, these are laws, so you have to abide by the law. But the idea is that both parties are willingly entering into agreement to share, to barter. This is capitalism at its early form. Sharing goods. I borrow your, let me use your goat. Okay, I hurt your goat. Your goat got hurt. It got killed by my alligator. Now you have to pay them 3 goats. Okay. No one is being forced to sell the goat in the first place. If the 10 years are many, you shall increase the price. And if the years are few, you shall reduce the price. For it is the number of crops that he is selling to you. So here we have the selling of crops. You shall not wrong one another. He ends this statement by saying it, repeating this again. But all of a sudden, when the Yvette is being sold, all of a sudden now you can wrong him. Therefore, you shall do my statutes and keep my rules and perform them, and then you will dwell in the land securely. And then the land will yield its fruit. You will eat it. You will dwell in it securely. All right. The land shall not be sold in perpetuity. This is verse 23. The land is mine, for you are strangers and sojourners with me. Okay. And this is verse 25. If your brother becomes poor and sells part of his property, then his nearest redeemer shall come and redeem what his brother has sold. If a man has no one to redeem it, then he himself becomes prosperous and finds sufficient means to redeem it. Okay, nothing here about anyone being forced into labor or being forced to sell their house or being forced to sell themselves. Let him calculate the years since he sold it, not involuntarily, and pay back the balance to the man whom he sold it, and then return to his property. But if he does not have sufficient means to recover it, then what he sold shall remain in the hand of the buyer until the year of Jubilee. Okay? So if you don't have enough money, I get to have your property. I get to benefit from your property for 7 years. Okay? And then we have selling of a house. You can redeem your sale of your house after a year, up to a year, we still have that today, like a buyback or give back warranty or whatever it's called. If it's not redeemed. Okay, so this is all dealing with, let's get down to the verse in question. Okay, so here, this is an important, I want to bring this up because this is important about interest. Because you're noticing here that the text is starting to provide benefits for citizens that it doesn't provide for non-citizens. The atheists will try to use that to suggest slavery. But just because I have a benefit for becoming a citizen that I don't give to non-citizens who don't want to assimilate, who don't want to join my clan, does not mean that I'm making them slaves. You must demonstrate that we are making you a slave against your will, other than in the case of prisoners or prisoners of war. I am the Lord your God who brought you out of the land of Egypt. Okay. If your brother becomes poor beside you and sells himself, again, voluntary act. He's selling himself because he doesn't have the means. He's poor. Remember, currency, work is currency in the ancient Near East. Work is currency. They're synonymous. Currency is work. That's how you pay back. If Kevin steals my BMW and he wrecks it because he was, driving under the influence, then if this were the ancient Near East, Kevin, you would become my Aved.
Oh yeah, until I paid you back, right?
And right, until we would come to an agreement how long you would work for me.
Yep.
And that would be it, unless you were the year Jubilee came, and then you would be free. I wouldn't keep you for that long. But poor Laban, poor Joseph, was that Joseph or Jacob? Poor Jacob.
It was Jacob.
Jacob volunteered.
Yeah, Laban was a lying scumbag.
Yeah, he was. Now the Bible doesn't suggest that there aren't people out here that are scheming, because Laban is a perfect example. But notice the act of working for Laban, being his Aved, was voluntarily done. He wanted to marry Rachel, so he agreed to work for Laban for 7 years. Now, you may never agree to do that today because you can collect government welfare and not have to work at all. But someone in the ancient Near East would not have had that option. Okay. Let's get to now it gets down to for they are my servants who should not be learned, they should not be sold as slaves. Now they'll take this and suggest that, well, if you are a non-Hebrew, you could be sold as a slave. Yes, but it was still voluntarily done. The idea is that a slave was someone who owed a debt. So just like today, God does not want us to be sold as slaves. We're Christians. He does not want us in debt to Citibank. Even though you voluntarily took out that loan, you're still a Christian. You're giving Christ a black eye when the IRS has to come put you in prison now because you refuse to pay your taxes. You refuse to pay your credit card debt. So God does not want his people, even then, he did not want his people to be underneath anyone, because God had this idea that because he's holy, his people shouldn't be in debt. And because he is God, his people shouldn't be in debt to another, only to him. All right, so that was the idea. The idea is not, well, let me just assume because it says that they're not to be sold because they're Hebrews, that That must mean that if you were a non-Hebrew, you could be sold against your will. Remember, nothing here in Leviticus 25 was ever about anything being done against someone's will. So you have to import that concept into the context in order to suggest any nefarious act is occurring here. You shall not rule over them ruthlessly. And yes, if you were a non-Hebrew, you were subject to the harsher work or labor. One of the benefits of being a citizen is that you were not subject to the harsh labor. So if you wanted the easy labor, you would become a citizen of Israel. This is how they grew in number. This is how we today still grow in number. If you want to become a citizen, if you want to have all the privileges of being an American, you would become a citizen, not just have a green card. Green card holders can't vote. Green card vote holders can't do a lot of things. Doesn't make them slaves. Doesn't mean they were forced to be here against their will. You may also buy male and female slaves from among the nations around you. All right, here's your verse. You finally got to it. Here's your verse. What was this guy's name? Andy, right? Said he was just reading it. He was just reading it. Andy, so far, did you see anything about someone being forced into labor? We're at verse 44 now. Put in the chat, Andy, if you've seen anyone being forced into slave labor so far. No, let's continue. As for your male or female slaves, whom you may have, whom you may force to work against their will, you may buy male and female slaves from among the nations around you. You may kidnap and force them into labor from those nations around you. Is that what it says, Kevin? You may kidnap them and force them to work against their will?
No, it does not say that.
And there was nothing in the context about anyone being forced to sell their house?
Nope.
Or sell their cow?
Nope.
So why would I assume that here in Leviticus 25:44?
Because they have a bias against God and they wanted to say something to make them look bad.
Right.
That's
They're dishonest. They'll tell you the skin of the truth stuffed with a big fat lie, just like their father Satan did in the garden. Yeah, there's slaves in the Bible. Sure, there's slaves in the Bible. No Christian scholar will deny that. The word aved is translated into slave. But they're not chattel slaves. They're slave working was a currency. Work was how you paid everything. Work was even how you got a wife. Ask Jacob. He didn't get a wife by paying a dowry. That came a little bit later. He got a wife by working. Actually, they did sort of have like a dowry, a bride price back then too. But that's how you did everything. Even if you were a convicted thief, if you were a convicted felon, you could pay restitution by working as an aved. Did you know that was in your Bible? Most Christians don't even know that's in their Bible. Did you know that also in the Bible you had to pay your workers a salary?
Yes, I did. Yeah. Yep.
Jeremiah says, woe to you who do not pay your workers, your avets. Whoa. That's not a good thing when the Bible says woe to you, is it, Kevin? It's not a good thing.
No, that usually means judgment's coming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not a good thing when the Bible says woe. He says, woe to you who have workers in your garden, your fields, but don't pay them a decent salary daily before the sun comes up. They had to be paid. So you couldn't pull one of those, remember Stewie and Brian, where he says, you owe me money. When are you going to pay me? He says Monday, and then Monday came and they never got You don't remember that episode? That was one of my favorite episodes. But so far we're not seeing that. You may buy also from strangers who sojourn with you. So these are travelers who are people who not just are traveling from other nations, but are now traveling after they've come from other nations. They are now sojourning with the Israelites. They're not Israelites, but they're traveling with the Israelites. They're in the Israelite camp. Okay. You may also buy from among the strangers. So they're not Israelites who sojourn with you and their clans who are with you. So there were other clans, and you can purchase them as well. Who have been now when scholars note that this is adoption through manumission. This is what they call adoption through manumission. So selling and purchasing was not a nefarious act. It was actually what we would consider hiring or adopting.
Okay.
You who have been born in your land, and they may be your property. Okay, again, nothing here was done against their will.
See, now the side chat, I don't know if that's a woman. It's got a woman's icon. Good night. This is a weird argument. So he's presenting to you that you are seeing the word slave, and you're assuming it means it's someone that was forced to work against their will. Whereas what JiL is presenting is that slave was a willful, like a labor, if you will, like a contract. Like you agreed to work to pay off a debt or for whatever reason. Like a lot of people couldn't survive in the ancient world. They didn't have economies and governments to help them like we did today. People would agree like, hey, I'm going to work for you for 10 years. If you give my family, a place to live and food to eat on the table, I'll work for you for 10 years. I'll be your slave. And that was the biblical slavery that happened in Israel. It was nothing like what happened in America, a few hundred years ago, where we'd go to a different country and take people, force them on a boat and then whip them and beat them and stuff. No, that's not what slavery was in the Bible. That's you taking a modern concept of slavery and imposing it over an ancient text.
Yeah, basically. Basically. Now Charlie wants to talk about my comment about atheists. I consider a liberal to be someone who votes Democrat. Okay, so
actually, I know a guy, right? He claims to be an atheist, but he says he's a conservative. He is morally an atheist, right? Like he has no problem with abortion. He has no problem with
but he voted for Trump.
Yes, but he's economically a conservative, but he's morally a liberal or an atheist.
Yeah, I meant, but normally I meant atheists like that.
But you know why he's like that, right? He's a business owner.
Yeah, of course. They actually own businesses, and they know that the Democrats are horrible for business. That's how Donald Trump was.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Donald Trump couldn't stand the Democratic Party, even though he supported it. I don't know, but he knew that they were bad for business, and that's why when he ran as a Republican. I know that it's very rare, but 80%, 85% of atheists vote Democrat. So I would consider them to be liberals.
See, now me personally, I know this guy, I would consider him to be a liberal, because if you're morally not a conservative, then I don't count you as a conservative. Just because you agree with conservative economic policies, I don't think classifies you as a conservative. A conservative is someone that is conservative in every aspect of their life.
I would agree with that somewhat.
Yeah.
But I would say, yes, the moral questions are right now. It used to be in the 80s and 90s when we were growing up, when we were kids.
Yeah.
That what separated you was your economic policy, top down versus bottom up. If you were a Republican, you were top down, right? If you were a Democrat, you were bottom up. Now, what separates us is the moral questions, abortion.
Right.
That's what separates us today.
Right.
As far as I'm concerned, I don't know about you, but that's how I would separate. I agree with that. You're still a liberal if you're supporting gay marriage and abortion and the right for a woman. That's a liberal.
Yeah, that's right.
You're trying to liberate something wicked. That's my definition of liberal.
You know, I never understood that. Why would you celebrate wickedness? You know, I'm so sick of it at work today. I saw the stupid pride flag. Why would you celebrate like evil? I don't understand this.
I haven't been seeing as many pride flags around.
It's disgusting.
This year, for some reason, even the baseball teams are starting to reject this.
But you can't say nothing though, because then they go to HR on you or something, and then you're in trouble. You know, you can't.
Oh well, it was worse. It was 10 times worse under Obama and Biden.
Oh, I know.
Streams were getting shut down, and
get this, Joe. I had a moron. I was on this app called Umingle, and what it does is just randomly pairs you with people to have conversations. And I was talking with this guy who claims to be an ex-Muslim, and now he's agnostic. And I had him absolutely cornered in the conversation. I was showing him how this agnosticism is irrational. I invited him. I was like, "Hey, let's talk again sometime. Come back on." He was like, "All right." He's like, "What? You do YouTube or whatever?" I gave him my channel, right? Don't you know he flagged my channel and YouTube took down my stream where he was on there talking with me?
I had one atheist try to do that. I debated this guy Carlton, this black guy Carlton.
Oh, and it gets worse. Hold on, Joe. And then he reported me to Umingle, and then Umingle banned my IP address and wants me to pay $10 to get it unbanned.
Wow.
Isn't that retarded?
Let me tell you another story.
Yeah, go ahead.
This is wild. I did a debate with a guy named Carlton on we'll say the efficacy of same-sex proclivities, and whether or not there was a connection between the PDF file and homosexuality. So the topic was racy. The topic was pushing it, and I knew if I did this on my channel, it would be flagged and shut down. So I said to the atheist, "Why don't we do it on your channel?" So we do it on his channel. The stream is up, and I'm waiting. I'm checking his channel every day. YouTube's gonna shut this down, right? They did not shut it down. Then I said, "Okay, well, that means I can upload it to my channel, right, Kevin?" Wrong. The same video.
The double standards, man. The double standards.
Same video.
Isn't that disgusting?
I contact YouTube and I say, this video is already up on another atheist channel, and then they had to put it back up.
Oh, they did put it back up.
They had to, because the video came from another YouTuber's channel. It didn't come from my channel. It got caught. I got caught.
You know, this is what I'm sick of. Like, the gas prices are terrible, but there needs to be some sort of legislation going on for internet policies, because I feel like conservatives, Christians, we're being censored all the time. Like, it's not fair. The Muslims and whoever they run rapid. Like, did you see what that fraud? What's his name there? Sheikh Uthman did to God Logic. Took his video down. It was getting hundreds of thousands of views, and he was jealous because it was out doing his video. It was the same video on both their channels. He flagged it after he gave God Logic permission to upload it.
I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah. So now God Logic has to go to court. What a
wow.
Cow. Yeah, he's taking him to court.
Wow.
I don't understand why liberals. Listen, you idiots. Why are you pandering to Muslims? Once they get control, they're going to cut your heads off, dude.
Yeah.
You think once Sharia law is in place, they're going to allow you to reject Muhammad and Allah? Absolutely not.
Guess what? What? Muslims vote Democrat.
I know.
Why do you think they're voting Democrat? Muslims are a lot smarter than liberals. They're a lot smarter than you think.
Yep.
They do not.
They pander to them.
Right. And they realize that they're doing what they want to destroy America and rebuild it under Sharia.
Yeah, and this is what I don't understand is if you go to Muslim countries like Saudi Arabia, they actually put homosexuals to death. You
Right.
know that?
Right. So what they are doing is they are voting Democrat because they realize that that's where the chaos can occur. If they vote conservative Republicans, we're going to rebuild the country under what thus saith the Lord, or at least try to adhere to some of the principles of Scripture.
Jill, do you think it's too late? Like, do you think there's just too much damage that's already been done to actually get America back to where it's supposed to be? Like, as far as the
Well,
economy
America
goes, like,
was
it's
a
ridiculous
communist.
here in New York, right? When my mother bought her house in 2007, she paid, oh, I think it was $70,000 she paid for her house. It's 2 floors. You know, it's not a huge house. It's a small
Right.
house. Today, her house is valued at over $140,000, and she hasn't even really done much to it. That's how bad the housing market is.
Wow.
Like back, I don't know, 2014 minimum wage was what, like $11 an hour, $10 an hour. Like the price of everything has just skyrocketed so much. Like there's so much damage that's done. I don't know how we could reverse what's happened, and
It won't
especially
be.
with all these policies that they put in effect. I mean, the last 2 administrations have really, well, F this country right in the A, if you ask me.
Yeah.
What do you think?
It
Can you
won't.
think
It
it could be
won't be.
undone or what?
No, maybe we'll see in the next few years. If not, then probably never. But the deficit will continue to rise until I don't know when. But I'm starting to believe that there is no deficit. This
No
is not
deficit.
real money. It's not. It's not real currency. It's just they're just printing money. That's all they're doing.
Well,
And,
our dollar used to be backed by gold. It
right.
used to be. In 1913, when the Federal Reserve Act was signed into existence, is really when the national debt started.
Exactly.
And
Yeah.
that's a whole rabbit trail to go on to, right? Because the conspiracy theorists have like half a point there about these independent bankers, you know, that kind of screwed over our country.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. But I'm getting ready to shut it down. I do want to get to through this Leviticus 25.
All right,
and
let
then
me mute up. Go ahead, man.
I'm gonna shut it down. Because this guy is claiming. All right, so he says he read up to verse 52, and he says what I said wasn't in there. Okay. All right. You may buy from the strangers who sojourn with you and their clans that are with you, who have been born in your land, and they may be your property. You may bequeath them to your sons after you to inherit as a possession forever. You may make slaves of them, but over your brothers, the people of Israel, you shall not rule one over another ruthlessly. Now, again, they'll take this and they'll suggest forced labor. But again, making someone a slave does not mean that you're making them a slave against their will. Treating someone harshly or giving them harsher labor, the heavier things they're lifting, does not mean that you are forcing them to work. First of all, they're in the land of Israel because they wanted to be in the land of Israel. Just like if I come to America, I'm already agreeing that I need to have a license if I'm going to drive. So if you read, you may make them into drivers or make them go to the DMV. It doesn't mean that I'm there, that I'm being forced to. I'm being forced to follow the rules in the land in which I live, in the land in which I chose to venture off to or to travel to. These are sojourners from other lands. Leviticus is a covenant. It is what we call a treaty. So when you came into the land of Israel, that's why it often says, I am the Lord thy God. The Israelites knew who God was. But the reason why they had to keep repeating that, it was part of the Suzerain Vassal Treaty. You had to recite this. You had to promise to get rid of your false gods and now follow the Levitical laws. And not the laws of the priesthood, that's for the priests, but the laws regarding citizens of Israel. You had to recite this. You had to take a blood covenant. An animal literally was split in half in a ritual. That's why this is here. This is not here to describe antebellum South slavery. This is the law that you had to follow. You had to agree to. If you didn't want to follow these laws, you would leave. No one is being forced to be in Israel. Israel was not Boko Haram. They didn't have a bunch of taskmasters, slave masters with whips riding around Canaan on chariots, rounding people up like Boko Haram does in the Middle East today. You'll never find that in the text. Here's verse 47. Here's what I was referring to. Redeeming a poor man. If a stranger or sojourner. What? Kevin, what does that say? Does that say Israelite?
Nope. A sojourner, that's a foreigner.
That's a foreigner, right?
Yeah.
What happens to him? He becomes what?
Rich.
How did he do that?
Oh.
If he was a slave.
Because he has rights.
If the foreigners were slaves and they didn't make any money and the Israelites kidnapped them from other nations, and they can rule over them ruthlessly and sell them as possessions forever. How did he become rich? Oh, that was a different sojourner. That was Elon Musk. He already had money. It says becomes rich. If a sojourner with you becomes rich.
Yes.
Hey, buddy. Hey, Mr. Andy. How did a sojourner, if this is slavery genius, if Leviticus 25 is describing chattel slavery genius, how does any sojourner become rich?
Hey, why don't they click the link and come in here and have a conversation?
Yeah, why don't you click the link, Andy? Come in and I'll keep the stream open for you for 10 minutes.
Come on, man. Come on.
And let's see if you can answer that question.
Don't be scared. Come in. Come in.
I'm gonna leave the cursor right here so we can all see for ourselves that you don't know what the hell you're talking about when you're reading this book. I read it. I read up to verse 57, and that's not what it said. Did you?
Yeah, boy.
I'm just reading Leviticus 20. This is verse 50? This is verse 47, right?
47. Yep.
He says it here. Doesn't he say it here? I'm just reading Leviticus 25, verse 47 to 52 right now. You flat out lied about what it says, Jill. No more comments for you, Andy. No more comments for you. Somebody put him in timeout. Put him in timeout. Click on the link, Andy.
Come on in.
Give you 10 more minutes, Andy.
Come on.
10 more minutes.
You can do it.
You. Let's keep reading. Sorry it took me too long, Andy, to get to your Bible blunder, but I just wanted to show you in the previous verses, you don't even have a hint, not an iota of an idea should ever come into your head that these people or anyone in this entire chapter in this entire situation is being forced. Buying property, these are rules. Yes, you're being forced to keep the rules. Yes, I'm being forced to obey the law. But I'm here voluntarily. So I stop at the stop sign. I'm being forced to, if the police officer flashes his lights and gives me a lawful command, I am forced to obey. I'm really obeying, but not really being forced to obey. But you get the point.
Yeah.
Once you sign the contract and say, I want to be an American, there are certain things you have to do. And if I don't want to do those things, I have to leave. Well, such was the case in the land of Israel. If you were a sojourner, you didn't have certain rights. You didn't have certain privileges that the Israelites had. For one, these are God's people, and God is making the distinction between himself and the other false gods of Canaan. So don't think you're going to come into the land of Israel and be on par with the Israelite when you're serving Baal. No, sirree. You're going to do the harsh labor. You're not going to have the same privileges until you repent and serve Yahweh. Now the Bible says you can live in the land of Israel. The sojourner can travel with the clan of Israel, but you're not going to have the same privileges that the Israelites have. You can be sold as a slave. You can work for an Israelite, but an Israelite shouldn't be working for you. But watch this. The sojourner, this is God. This is the mind of God. This is what they confused. They confuse God's arrogance. I hate to say it that way, but he just has a way about him. My people just don't serve other people. You're the head and not the tail. You are to be a lender, not a borrower, Christian. Why are you borrowing? You should be the one lending. You should be the one with capital. You should be the one on the Shark Tank, Christians. Christians should be on the Shark Tank, not Mark Cuban. He's not a Christian. Even David said, my foot almost slipped. I almost gave up being a Christian when I saw how much God was allowing these wicked people to prosper. David said that. I feel that way sometimes. So like, why the heck are you giving all this money to these people? But anyway, watch this. Watch this, Andy. You're not going to click on the link because you're finished. I know you. You're not going to click on the link. You're done. If a stranger or sojourner with you, and I'll have to end it after this, and your brother besides him, get this. The sojourner becomes rich, and now your brother, who is that, Kevin? An Israelite.
Well, yeah.
Check this out. A sojourner who came from another land, who was bought, purchased, sold, whatever word you want to use to gaslight, hired, was really what was going on. He made money. He's rich now. Listen to what the text says. Listen to what God says. Listen to God's heart. And your brother, your fellow Israelite, beside him, meaning your fellow Israelite, is now poor. And he sells himself to the stranger. Not only, Kevin, did the sojourner come into Israel, got rich, now he buying Israelite slaves.
Yep.
You thought I was making that up, Andy? You're going to try to convince me that this is child slavery after what my ancestors went through? Probably at the hands of your ancestors.
Yep.
You're going to try to tell me this is slavery? This is child slavery? You think I'm stupid? You think I'm Toby? You think I can't read what's going on in the text? This guy was being paid. He wasn't a slave. Slaves weren't paid in the antebellum South, you dummy. The Bible says you are to pay your workers, whether they're foreigners or not. Because how do we know when he's talking about paying your workers and taking care of your workers, he's only talking about foreigners? Because Israel, even though they could be, Israelites were not supposed to be eveds. God did not want them to be subject to someone else, especially a foreigner. Watch this. Your brother beside, now you could be subject to another Israelite. Like I can serve Kevin, Kevin can serve me. But it was unbeknownst to God for you, Kevin, to serve a pagan. That would be like you going to work for some sort of inappropriate club. Right? Yeah. That would be like you going to work for someone like Aaron Ra. And let's say, you owed Aaron Ra money. I would come redeem you, Kevin. Because I wouldn't want to hear Aaron Ra's mouth. I got these Christians working for me. Look at these Christians. They serve me. They don't worship God. They serve me. They owe me money. I got them under my foot. That was the point here in Leviticus 25. That's what God is trying to say. He's not trying to say they're slaves because they're forced to be there, they're foreigners. He's trying to say that my people, because I am holy, my people do not serve others. They only serve me. So you are never, if you are an Israelite and this happened to you, you became poor and you had to settle for selling yourself to a stranger or a member of the stranger's clan. Listen, then after he is sold, he may be redeemed. So an Israelite is sold, but God says, no, send a kinsman redeemer his way, please. We can't have Israelites being eveds to people like that. That's not a good look.
Yeah.
That's not a good look. That's not a good look today for Christians who owe tens of thousands of dollars to Citibank, to I can't think of another bank.
JP Morgan.
JP Morgan, a pagan. A man who doesn't, I don't know about JP's whether he's saved or not, but most of these people do not love the Lord, and you wake up every day, your existence is to serve them and to go work for them.
Yeah.
You may be working for Burger King, but you're really working for JP until that debt is paid. So God does not want his people in that state because he is set apart from all the other gods. How on earth are you going, as one of his servants, going to be working for a pagan king and indebted to a pagan king where he has to serve the pagan king now until his debt is paid? No, go get your brother. One of his brothers may redeem him, or his uncle, or his cousin, somebody in the family. Somebody from the tribe of Israel, go get that boy. We can't have that. So it wasn't about slavery. It was more about God's ego. I hate to say it that way, Kevin, but can you say it any other way? Our God has a big ego.
Well, I wouldn't call it ego. He wants his children to be treated a certain way.
Yeah. Yeah, and he doesn't. The reason a lot of these laws, believe it or not, God didn't even want them dressing the same way as the pagans.
I know.
He didn't want them in debt to pagans. He didn't want them dressing like pagans. He didn't want. He was so. I hate to use the word, but fickle. Not fickle, but I don't know how to think of, somebody like, if a human were to do this, we would say what? They're really an ass, right? Like, come on, that's just too much. You're doing too much. The kids would say, you're doing too much. That's how much our Lord, that's how holy he is. He is so holy that not even the people who serve him, he is so different and so set apart that not even the people that serve him can look like everybody else in the world. This is amazing. How much you can pull from this. Go redeem him. If you know a Christian that's in debt, be a kinsman redeemer. You're doing God a service when you help out your brother and your sister in need. And the Bible even says, don't even charge them taxes. Don't even charge them interest. But we could charge, I could charge Jay Pasick interest. So it doesn't make Jay Pasick a slave, Andy. B.S. Lewis, it doesn't make him a slave because the Bible says that I don't have to do the harsh labor. It doesn't mean that Jay Pasick is being forced to do any labor at all, harsh or light.
That guy's name is ridiculous. C.S. Lewis was a brilliant mind. Like, why would you mock him?
Oh, B.S. Lewis.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's making fun of C.S. Lewis. Yep.
He spews out BS. That's all he does.
That's right.
Or if he grows rich, he may redeem himself. Okay, so he's now working for a pagan. God doesn't stop it, but he encourages you to go redeem him. Okay?
Hey, Jill, I got to get going, man.
Okay. I'm going to shut it down. Thanks for stopping by, Kev.
Yeah, I'll see you later.
All right. And then it says and then it tells you about how to calculate what you're going to pay. Okay. He shall calculate with his buyer. So remember, like I said earlier, this was something that was decided by the two parties. The two equal, not necessarily equal, because one has more authority because he's the landowner. So he does have an advantage. Financially and positionally, just like if you walked into a CEO's office for an interview, you're going to carry yourself. You're going to be respectful. You may even be more respectful than if the shoe were on the other foot. If the shoe were on the other foot, that's human nature. Yes, you don't really have to respect that individual, but God deals with that in other places, that we should respect the worker or the event, even though we are in a higher position, okay, of authority. He shall calculate with his buyer together, not against his will, from the year when he has sold himself to the number he sold. And then it says the time with his owner shall be rated as the time of a hired worker. Okay, so that means he'll be paid like a hired worker. Hired workers got paid more than the eveds that were there to pay off debt. So they may not have even gotten paid at all because they had already owed debt. So you're working to pay restitution, not to make money. Now, eventually you would start making money if you kept working after you paid the debt off. Okay, same thing today. Okay, I used to work at I worked at a cash register. I worked in a bookstore, and this one young lady came in, and at the college I went to, and she owed us $50, and she went and purchased something, and she gave us $100 bill. And when I gave her the change back, I took the $50 that she owed, the IOU she wrote us. IOU, we used to write IOUs. And I figured she already knew she owed that money because she wrote the IOU. She did not remember writing the IOU. Okay, so she was upset. But the idea is that you pay back your debt. And then you start making money. Okay, you don't start making the $50 and using that to purchase more things, young lady, until you pay back what you owe. Okay, he shall calculate and pay for his redemption in the proportion to the years of his service. He shall treat him as a hired worker year by year. He shall not rule over him ruthlessly. Again, rule over ruthlessly here does not mean enslave. Okay, obviously, because the person is already hired. So how can rule over ruthlessly mean enslave them initially? It doesn't. Rule over ruthlessly means to treat them harshly or treat them with the harsher labor. Maybe they don't get as many breaks. Maybe they don't get their 2 15-minute breaks according by law. All right. Maybe they have to work straight through. Whatever the case may be. Okay. And if he is not redeemed by these means, then he and his children with him shall be released in the year of Jubilee. Okay. For it is to me that the people of Israel are servants. There you go. There's God's reasoning. Very simple. The reason why I don't want you working for someone else is because I am the only one who you're supposed to be working for. Bottom line. That's why you can't come into Israel and take over Israel. Because they had these laws in the Levitical laws, and where you had to either assimilate, you couldn't do like what America tried to do, Biden's America tried to do. You couldn't just have 1 billion migrants come over here and all of a sudden become the people of the United States. You had to actually go through immigration. Leviticus 25 is immigration, is the immigration policy, basically. So they didn't have ice ages back then. They had God. They had God. All right. They are my servants. These are my servants whom I brought out of the land of Egypt. I am the Lord your God. It's just that simple. It's just that simple. BS. BS, Lewis. This preaches nothing but BS.
Not in my
BS, atheist apologetics.
wheelhouse, but those people have made it part of the zeitgeist. So right there, y'all need to go fuck yourselves because we have moved beyond this.
That is true. Only people defending slavery nowadays are Christians, ironically.
Only people defending slavery are Christians. No. Actually, if you voted for Joe Biden, you defended slavery. You defended trafficking of children. If you voted for Biden, if you voted for Democrats who wanted an open border, you're the ones defending slavery, BS. I can actually demonstrate that. You could not. You could never demonstrate we support slave trafficking. So because the Bible uses the word slave to mean something totally different than slave trafficking, we're going to call it slave trafficking. How about that? I'm being specific because the word slave, you don't have a patent on. You didn't invent the word. In fact, your understanding of slave comes from the word Slavic. So when the translators use that term, that's why you and your understanding also comes from the antebellum South. It doesn't even really come from the word Slavic. It really comes from the movie Roots. But
so how do we know that as atheists we can say it is immoral?
Okay, I knew this is where it was going with.
I don't really care. I think Christians do this when they just don't know how to defend the attack of biblical slavery. Well, you're an atheist, so you really can't say anything is wrong. Yeah, yes, that's true. Yeah, there's a room for precept. But here they're obfuscating on the word slave. You need to demonstrate that, because it could be listeners, it could be Christians listening who could possibly, quote unquote, lose their faith. Now, if they lost their faith over something like this, over anything, really, I would argue, they were never saved to begin with. But whatever the case may be, you don't want to shipwreck Christians' faith. If you have a dishonest liberal like this who's using the word slave here haphazardly, knowing or maybe not knowing, maybe ignorant of the fact that the word had a different meaning to the ancient Hebrews, then that needs to be corrected. And then we can get into the precept argument. Okay, well, you don't understand what they meant by slave or what the King James text means by aved. That I can demonstrate. But besides that fact that you don't know what the hell you're doing when you're reading this book, you're an atheist. That's how I would frame it. You're an atheist. You have no grounding for objective morality. You have no justification morally to ground any right or wrong, or to say that anything is right or wrong. So I would usher in precept only after I dealt with their gaslighting using the word slave. They do this during debate. Slave, 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 purchase, 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 but they'll never tell their listener what those terms meant, what those designations meant to someone living 4,000 years ago.
For me, shit, grab a mic, Baptist. Okay,
I wish he would. He doesn't click.
Grab a mic. We've been saying the same thing to you for 3 hours.
Clinks though.
How can I say it is immoral?
You'll never ask me to grab a mic. The only atheist apologetics, the only atheist apologists that ask me to grab a mic are the ones that don't know who JiL is.
I say it isn't moral. If you say it is moral, pitch me on why it is. Okay? Let's at least.
Yeah, sure. It's moral because it allowed poor people to earn a wage, to earn a living, and even possibly become rich, as we saw in Leviticus 25. Dun, 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 dun. Game over, liberal. Game over. You lose. Once again, you lose.
Go that far. I say it isn't. Where do I have the grounding and foundation? I have decided it is not. And it doesn't matter why. We can get into the whys and the where have yous and how to.
I decided that it's wrong. We can get into, we don't have to, but we can get into why, and we don't have to get into that. But I just decided that slavery was wrong because I just decided. I came to a decision one day that it's wrong.
Use and whatever, if you want to, but you're asking me what makes you say it. I just decided. That's not something I want to see happen. I just decided it. Are you going to tell me that it's okay and pitch me the other side of why I should change my mind? By all means, make that pitch.
Yeah, I would say because we're appealing to two different standards. You'd be appealing to the Bible, Reforming Baptists, and we'd be appealing to empathy, human empathy.
You'll be what? You'll be appealing to human empathy? Where was your human empathy when millions of children, with hundreds of thousands of children, were being trafficked across this border, across the United States border? Where was your empathy then? If you do have any empathy, it's inconsistent, which means it's probably not empathy. Empathy is consistent. So you probably have other reasons for why you support X or Y. And it's certainly not of God. It's not consistent. Which means you're picking and choosing based off of your preferences. Okay. That's what that means.
And so, which is strange because your Bible says that God is love. So it should be about human empathy as well, but it's not, right?
Tell us how it's not.
Because, wait, hold on. Hold on. My last video is about the contradiction between the law of loving God with all your heart and loving others as you love yourself. And so,
oh my God. Should we even entertain this garbage? There's a contradiction between loving God with all your heart and loving your neighbor as yourself. No, there isn't. But let's see if he can articulate one. Let's see if he can try to come up with one. The loving God with all your heart trickles down to loving your neighbor, loving your wife. You love God first. If you love God first, you will love those other things. That's the point the Bible is making. It's not saying one or the other. Love God or love your neighbor as yourself. Love God and love your neighbor as yourself.
in the biblical morality, you have two competing masters. And
all right, so here's where he, like some drone robotic bot, it's just gonna spurg out a bunch of stupid claims. No one is here, but Big Bot Mama is just as biblically illiterate as a tadpole, and I don't know who this core of the Bard is, but he seems like a real idiot. There's no one here to correct him, so he's just going to spew out a bunch of nonsense.
They don't always play well together, and so we could point to biblical slavery, you could point to the biblical genocide, so we can say
no, you can't point to biblical slavery, because biblical slavery was designed to help poor people become rich, as we just saw in Leviticus 25. Why hasn't this idiot Andy clicked on the link to come in and show me that I was wrong? So Andy was banned and his comments removed. Because he made a comment, and when I pressed him on it to come in and show us this in the text, and I pulled up the text, he lied. He lied. He said there was no one getting rich. There was no sojourner or stranger getting rich in Leviticus 25. You idiots forgot to read down to the 47th verse. Why did you stop at verse 44 to 46? Leviticus 25, 44 to 46. All you idiots had to do was read the next verse, and you would have saw that the sojourner became rich and started purchasing other people as hired workers, dummy. I love winning. I love being on the winning side. Some people might suggest that the only reason why I am a Christian is because I like to win these debates.
Okay. Were the Israelites loving their neighbors like they love themselves? Well, obviously,
yes. If they're hiring them even though they're not Israelites, they're getting paid a decent salary. Probably would be harder to work your way up to the top, but it is possible, as we just saw in Leviticus 25. It's going to be harder because you're not an Israelite. You don't get the same privileges. You do have to pay taxes, or what they called interest. The Hebrews did not have to pay each other interest or charge each other interest. So it was a lot harder, but it was not slavery for the foreigner. It's a lot harder being a non-citizen in America. I can't do everything, including drive a darn car, because I'm a non-citizen. I think I can't own a house either. I'm not sure. Somebody looked that up. Green card holders as opposed to work visas, as opposed to American citizens. Look up the differences in the benefits. And you read that 4,000 years from now and tell me that America was practicing slavery because a green card holder can't have a car. Therefore, they were forced to come to America and work. You idiot.
Obviously not. They didn't like it when their neighbors invaded them and massacred their families and took them as slaves. So how do you square that peg with God commanding them to do it? Obviously, it's because God.
All right. So how do you square the peg where God commands the genocide, or the what they call genocide, the killing of the Canaanites? I don't understand why the liberal does not read context. Let's go back to the beginning, BS. Why did God create an army in the first place? Because there were people in the land of Canaan who were doing committing atrocities, one of which was burning their own children in order to get some sort of benefit from what they consider to be a god. Same way your women do. Destroy their own women, destroy their own pregnancy so that they may have a life. Because being a mother at 20 is not a life, according to you idiots. So God sets up an army and sends the army in there. The army is made up of a mixed multitude of those who, yes, came out of Egypt. A mixed multitude of people came out of Egypt. Remember, sojourners were with the clan. So now God has his own army. He calls himself Jehovah Sabaoth. He subverts the God of war in that region and says, I am the God of war, and I'm going to clean this shit up. I don't understand what's the problem. Then he says to the Israelite army, once they're settled in the land, if you dare do the same atrocities that were done by your predecessors, I'm going to spew your ass out of the land just like I did them. So you haven't read the story. You read part of the story, and you're trying to formulate an argument having part of the information. Mere conjecture. So God is not being a hypocrite. He is telling them that you are being raised up to get rid of them for their behavior. And I will just the same raise up another army, and he did so, i.e. 70 AD, and I will raise up if you dare. And there were even prophets in the Old Testament sacrificing to Baal, not prophets, but kings, excuse me. Israel's own king. That's why God didn't want them to have a king in the first place. But what did they want? Oh, look at all the other nations, God, Yahweh. They have a king. So he gave him Saul. But did you know that the kings of Israel were worshiping Molech? God says, if you do the same, I will spew you out of the land. Where is Israel now? Well, they're back in the land now. But what happened to Israel in 70? Those so-called Jews over there, the Hebrew Israelites, the black Hebrew Israelites say they're not Jews. But what happened? BS. BS. Stop BSing everyone on these panels. Christians can see right through your BS. Well, God, he's contradicting himself because he said that he takes them out of slavery. And well, you haven't demonstrated anyone's being put enslaved. If there is a war and there are survivors of war, they become second-class citizens. In most cases, in Israel's case, they become citizens adopted through manumission, like Eleazar. So Israel took it the next step in alleviating even what we call war guilt, whereby in David's day, if you lost a battle, you served the winner. So the loser technically became second class. It's the same thing today. The reason why Hitler was so upset is because of the treaty that was signed between the Axis powers and the Allied powers, and it screwed Germany over heavily, put them $30 billion in debt, screwed them over heavily. Japan was not allowed to have an army after they lost. So there is an in-war strategy in which the loser of the battle, the war, has to pay tribute to the winner. That's the reality of war. That's why when Dr. Josh lost that debate, the next time we debated on the subject, he all of a sudden now switches over to Deuteronomy 20 to find his slavery in the Bible. And what does Deuteronomy 20, what is the subtitle of Deuteronomy 20? Or what's the first verse? What's the topic sentence? When you go to war. When you go to war. So everything under that is pertaining to war, not civil context, not Leviticus 25, where it's talking about purchasing houses, purchasing mules and goats and even people as hired workers. That's a civil context. He had to go over to a context in which they are engaging in warfare to find slavery. Well, if you're going to do that, then I can go over to what happens when we go to war and when we take prisoners. And I can suggest that, hey, that's slavery too, right, BS? Right?
Wishes are priority in biblical morality over empathy. And that's why you
clearly don't know what biblical morality teaches. So surround yourself with teachers, please.
And atheists probably would never come to agreement on what standard to follow because you have an idea about a God in your head who wants.
Has nothing to do with the God. Even if God didn't exist, the principles are still inviolate. The principles are still there for you to grasp or reject. And the principle of scripture is far superior. Go watch the debate I did with objective ethics. The biblical morality is far superior than anyone you can dream or any morality you can dream of. You can dream up or make up, which is what you've been doing anyway for the past few decades.
People to do horrible things to each other, and atheists or humanists or whatever have this idea about treating others how they want to be treated, and that's their highest standard.
Yeah, I love. He's saying we have no standard as an atheist. Look, dude. All right, but get your ass in here and talk, or just stop chatting. Because look, atheism is only the answer to a single question. Do you believe in a God? No, I don't. That has nothing to do with my morality or what I think is right or wrong. But again, when I'm saying I think genocide is wrong, I think slavery is wrong. If you're saying, well, what standard do you have to think that slavery is wrong? Then what you're suggesting is that maybe slavery isn't wrong. So I'm waiting for.
So this is why and JG is probably the best at that I've ever seen. Maybe Darth at the precept apologetics. This is why I would not start out with a presuppositional apologetic here. It's because he's going to keep obfuscating and gaslighting you and the audience by keep suggesting that when the Bible says slave, it means the slavery we read about in our textbooks. When actually the slavery here is hired workers who can become rich. So unless you are stressing or keep pointing that out, the audience is going to lose sight of that fact, especially if they're atheists. And it's going to appear as though you are conceding to the fact that the Bible promotes chattel slavery. Okay. So that's why my answer to this ruse, this trick here, this skin of the truth stuff with a big fat lie is trying to push here. My response would be to address the language factor, the fact that he's misrepresenting language and therefore the text. And then I'll come forward and say, you know what? Your definition of slave was wrong. It's not what the Bible means by slave or ved. But besides that fact, besides that Bible blunder, you don't really have, you're an atheist. You really don't have any justification for right versus wrong anyhow. So that's how I would frame it, or I would usher in, if I'm going to usher in, which I rarely do, some sort of presuppositional approach or attack on the atheist position. That's how I would do it. I would not continue to allow this idiot to gaslight and say, well, if you think there's a good slavery, well, there's no such thing as good slavery today, because the word slavery today only means something bad. But there is such a thing as good slavery then, because back then it could mean several things, including chattel slavery, by the way. Chattel slavery was condemned in Exodus 21:16, and even as early as Genesis, it calls it a great evil. When you kidnap someone and sell them into, like, for instance, Joseph was kidnapped by his own brothers and sold to the Midianites, because the Midianites did have gangs roaming the desert looking for people to kidnap. They were sort of like Boko Haram today. So Joseph stole, and he knew exactly where to take him. They didn't take him to an Israelite slave camp. They took him to the Midianites who had slaves. The Israelites had no vocabulary of slavery. Let me end it with J. Alec Moiter, who says that. He says the Hebrew has no vocabulary of slavery. It's not even in their vocabulary. It's in our vocabulary, chattel slavery, but it was never in theirs. Only of servanthood. Remember, we talked about servanthood and how serving was part of currency, was the currency, the main currency. Not everyone had coins. Not everyone had Caesar's coin. Okay. And not everyone could exchange even goods. Sometimes people had to work for other people in order to pay them. Servanthood. Okay, check this out. Comma, comma, comma. And it is to be noted that conditions were such. This is how it was. The first item of legislation catered for, meaning this was the first stipulation in the contract. This is where you lose every debate. This quote right here destroys your entire premise. The very first item of legislation, the very first thing that we're going to decide and agree on is that I wanted to be here in the first place. The first item of legislation catered for the person who loved his master and did not want his quote unquote freedom. He didn't want his freedom. He wanted to be there, working in the land of Israel on someone's property, as someone's property, because that's all that meant back then. To be someone's property is that you were working on their property voluntarily. That's what it meant. That's all you can derive from the text. So I don't play these word games with the liberals. Slave. Wow. I take them to the text. Show me. You know what slavery is. You know what it looks like. You don't need the word. And if you don't see the word, well, there ain't no slavery going on here. So you walk into a room, you see people in chains, you see people being whipped, you see people trying to leave and being brought back. And because you don't see the word slave on the wall, you say, just shrug your shoulders and walk away, you idiot. When you read the Bible and you see the word slave, do you just say, oh, well, must be? No, you need to find people in chains. You need to find that the first item of legislation catered for the person was not their free, not that they didn't want their freedom, but that they wanted their freedom and they were taken. It was taken from them. Show that. That's all we're asking. Can you show that in the text? That's all we're asking. The answer is no if you're Jay Passick. The answer is no if you're Matt Dillahunty. You cannot show it. So just keep spewing out what your claims are, void of any cross-examination. Dr. Paul Capan, one of my favorite authors. He writes a lot on genocide, and his more famous book is called "Is God a Moral Monster?" In the Old Testament, outsiders did not impose servanthood, as in the antebellum South. Masters could hire servants from year to year and were not to rule over them ruthlessly. Rather than being excluded from Israelite society, servants were thoroughly embedded within Israelite homes. Okay, this is what we call adoption, or what scholars call adoption through manumission. So, for instance, and I'm getting tired, Eleazar, the Eved of Ibrahim, Ibrahim's slave, was born in the household, meaning his parents lived with Abraham. And he was an inheritance. And the Bible teaches that if Abraham did not have a son, that his adopted son, Ibrahim, or the Eved of Ibrahim, he didn't have a name because he's just an Eved, he would have inherited all of Abraham's wealth. Look it up. What the hell type of slave do you think this is? What kind of slavery do you think this is? Show me that in the ancient Near East. Show me that in any slave system where the Eved is set up to inherit all of the master's wealth, because they have been embedded within Israelite homes. They become part of the household, not just a worker who clocks in and punches in for 8 hours a day. You actually live with Bill Gates. You live in one of his mansions. You wish, right? Google employees. Wait, no, who owns Google? Right? That would be time. Now, Google almost replicates this. Google, from what I've been hearing from people that work at Google, they almost have replicated what the Israelites were doing in Leviticus 25. Because if you work for Google, you live on an estate. It's like a campus, almost like a college campus, where everything is provided with you or for you. And you go to work, you probably can walk to work, probably just a mile or two away, not even a mile. So yes, you become embedded with Google and you live on campus. So that's what's going on in the ancient Near East. Servants were thoroughly embedded within Israelite homes. Yes, they were servants. Yes, many consider them second-class citizens, but God says, no, you are to treat them with dignity and respect. It's all over the Bible. Dr. J. Schuyler, speaking of the language of the Bible, when it says purchasing, buying, listen to J. Schuyler. Listen to actual scholars who've written exegetical commentary on the Old Testament. Dr. Josh hasn't done that. He probably never will. In English, we regularly use commercial language to describe people when the context is commercial. For example, this is for OE, who did not believe I had more than one scholar to back me up on his side debate on slavery he tried to have. So we had a debate on morality and whether or not the Bible is suitable for objective morality for all. And he tries to argue the slavery argument. Well, it teaches slavery. Well, now we're debating whether or not the Bible teaches slavery. You know how long that takes. So now we're having a separate debate on whether or not the Bible condones slavery, so that OE can prove that the Bible is not moral or not a good moral guide. So this is to help him, okay, understand that there is a plethora of scholars that disagree with him. Conservative scholars, ones that have actually written commentary in the famous lexicons that we know. Not Dr. J is fairly young, but we're talking about Matthew Henry's and those Ellicotts and those types of people we find in the traditional biblical texts, the commentary sections. Okay, you go to BibleHub.com and you'll see those guys there. None of them say what you're saying. So why should we take you late and the latecomers, the liberal scholars from the Jesus Seminar on? Why should we take you seriously? The Jesus Seminar were a group of liberals back in the 90s or who basically taught the same things that you hear on the internet. But back then they had to actually back it up in debate, and they got crushed. They disappeared. William Lane Craig and them back in the day destroyed those guys. They're not even around anymore. William Lane Craig and them are still around. Okay, that's how old JiL is. JiL, you're not going to be able to win these debates against someone like myself. Period. Just not going to happen. And no, there's nothing you can teach me on this matter. It's already written. There isn't any new Bible, a new book that's going to pop up that's going to prove you right and prove me wrong. JiL's not open to hearing anyone else's opinion on it. I don't really care about your opinion. If you're going to make a positive claim about this book, back it up with positive with empirical support. Just like you claim is required for every other claim. In English, we regularly use commercial language to describe people when the context is commercial. For example, trading a player to another team, as we might trade a stock, or transferring an employee to another location, as we might transfer money. Listen, we do not use this language, same thing with the Bible, because we view the people involved as less than human. Since when does the Bible say that the Israelites is any more human than any other? You're the only idiots that say that about the unborn fetus. You're the ones that say that about humans. Our God has never said that about another human. You are property, meaning you are less human or you are less important. No, that's not what property means in our Bible. That's what you mean by property, you disgusting woman, liberal. That's what you mean when you say my body, my choice, my property. I do with it what I want to do with it. I'll discard it when I want to. That's what you do. And you try to push that onto our text. Disgusting liberal. I'm done with you. I'm done with you. I'm getting too upset. We do not use this language because we view people less than human like you garbage human individuals do. Your morality stinks. It can't stand up to the Bible at all. You believe the unborn is less than human. That's why you try to make up science to verify that or to confirm and create euphemisms. Fetus, abortion. You create euphemisms to dehumanize the fetus, the small child, to dehumanize. The Bible is not using property here to dehumanize because property to them meant something different than my body, my choice, my property, my body, my property. Disgusting liberal. We use it because it accurately describes their circumstances in a given commercial context. It accurately being purchased in a commercial context is what is being happening when you're being traded to another team. Your contracts are being swapped. Your contract, your work you're being compensated for your work to do work on this team. You're given an advance and then you're promised money later if you work for so many years. That's what it means to be purchased or traded, even today. Why don't we have a problem? Well, some do, actually. In fact, some liberals are protesting the idea that we still call bosses boss. Why? Because boss reminds them of what? Chattel slavery. Is there something evil about being a boss? No. Is there something evil about being a slave? No. But because today we have an understanding of our history and we don't want to repeat that, or we don't want to trigger people, we say things like, instead of slave, we say worker. Or instead of property, we say owner. Instead of boss, we say owner now. Because boss reminds us of the antebellum South. Okay. To say that servants are property, Leviticus 25, what we just read, or inherited, is not to put them on the level of furniture anymore than to say a sports star is traded, puts them on the level of a stock. Okay. Dr. Paul Capan again. The Old Testament prohibited unavoidable lifelong servanthood unless someone loved his master. This is what the previous scholar was referring to, the first order of legislation, is that the slave, the Aved, is there on his own volition. If he's not there on his own volition, someone's going to die. It's not going to be the slave. According to Exodus 21:16, if the Aved is not there on their own accord, other than in the case of prisoners, because prisoners, thank God, they didn't run the system that the Democrats run here, where they catch and release them. You were forced to do the labor to pay restitution. Okay. Masters were to grant their servants release every 7th year with all debts forgiven. A slave's legal status was unique in the A&E. Certainly a dramatic improvement. Certainly now the Aved has protection. Under other systems, you'll notice there's no protection. It's almost like they're not even human. Just like the atheist treats the fetus. It's almost if the fetus is not human. It is the most disgusting practice. In fact, I'll say this, and then I'm gonna get ready to close out for real now. By the way, read actual scholars like Dr. Klein, Meredith Klein, who actually was invited to discuss these matters at the Oriental Seminar. And he wrote Caesarean treaties, the covenant documents in the Bible. So these are treaties. Leviticus 25 is a treaty that you had to recite if you were a sojourner from another land. And you had to recite, and you'd had to assimilate into Israel. In the ancient Near East, treaties, this is a brief summary of Caesarean treaties. Treaties between kings was common. These were treaties drawn up among equals, mostly outlined agreements to honor each other's boundaries, to maintain trade relations, and to return runaway slaves. By the way, in Israel, you were not required to return runaway slaves. These treaties are preserved in the Marai tablets and in the Armenia text. Also preserved in these collections are treaties drafted between superior and his inferior. If the relationship was familiar or friendly, parties often referred to as father and son. If the relationship is bereft of kindness and absent of kindness and intimacy, you see how context can define words you don't know? Liberal, try that with slave. The parties, if the relationship is bereft of kindness and intimacy, the parties are referred to as lord or servant, okay, or king or vassal or greater king or lesser king, okay. Dr. Paul Capan again. I think we read this one, but this is another quote from Paul Capan. In most cases, servanthood was more like a living employee. Dr. J. Scholar just taught us the same thing. Temporary, embedded within the employee's household. Even today, teams trade for sports players, et cetera, et cetera. So, once again, this quest for finding slavery in the Bible is going to fall short every time. It just will.
For you to pitch me on why I'm incorrect in my moral judgment.
Yeah, I just gave you the standard too. It was the same standard that it's the second law in your Bible. It's treating others how you want to be treated, and that's a standard. So, like, even your Bible acknowledges that as a standard. You just have a God who can prioritize on top of that, who can like throw a what's the word when you cancel something out? I don't know, but he can cancel out. He can override it. He can overrule it. He can be like, you know what? Normally, I want you to treat others how you treat yourself. But in this case, I want you to kill that person over there. And then you're supposed to listen to him and be like, okay, that's what I'm going to do.
Well,
but it would be coming from that guy's head. It would be that would be a subjective thought, since God isn't real. And so Christians have the same source for their morality as we do. It's through their genetics as a social ape species. It's through their culture. It's through their family, and it's through their own individual experience. It's a complex web that shapes our morality.
Right.
Obviously, so if that's the case, something went awry, Mr. Big Bad Mama, and it was not the Christian. It was you. Because 20, 30 years ago, what you're saying is good, you were not saying was good then. We've always said the same things were good and the same things were bad. So you're the one that changed your morality. Why? I want to know why. Next time I'm on a channel with you, if I'm allowed on, I would like to know why your morality has changed so drastically within the past 15 years. No new science has come. We haven't discovered anything new. Why did your opinion about certain things change? Liberal? That's all I have. I'm going to get out of here, but did you know that Donald Trump was the first president in my lifetime to preach the gospel, the glorious gospel of Jesus Christ? First one in my lifetime. That's for sure. So we appreciate the fact that that we have a president that does recognize God exists. And not only does he recognize God exists, he preaches the gospel.
This Holy Week, I'm proud to join with Christians across the country and around the world to celebrate the most glorious miracle in all of time, the resurrection of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. In his life, Christ displayed true humility. In his death, he modeled true love. And in his resurrection from the tomb, he proved that even death itself will not silence those who place their trust in Almighty God. As it says in Gospel of John, for God so loved the world that he gave his only Son, for whoever believes in him should not perish, but have eternal life. Eternal life, such beautiful words. This Easter, millions of Christians all over the globe will be reminded that because of what Jesus did on the cross, all of us can live every day with hope in God's promise, knowing that in the end, evil and wickedness will not prevail. In the spirit of joy and renewal this Easter, we also celebrate the extraordinary resurrection of faith and religion in America. As was nailed to the cross, crucified, and he died for all of us. It was a day of darkness, but it wasn't the end. By any means, it was not the end. On Easter Sunday, the stone was rolled away and the grave was empty. Christians everywhere rejoiced, and we continue to rejoice. Easter is one of the incredible days. It was the miracle in all of history, the resurrection of Jesus Christ. It was one of the great, it was the great miracle, I guess, right? He told his followers, I am with you always, even to the end of the age, because of the events of Holy Week 20 centuries ago. People from every nation, language, and background can take on any difficulty, press through any trial, and endure any hardship. With Christ, not one thing can separate humanity from the powers of God's everlasting love. across the generations. What happened on Easter has inspired his followers to love one another, to forgive, to do works of charity, and build the beautiful churches. And we have some of the most beautiful buildings in the world. To me, churches, I love great architecture, and we have some of the most beautiful churches. Christians have opened schools, ministries, and hospitals on every continent to teach care and heal those in need, and they do it with love, and they do it with great affection.